Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
We will call the hearing to order. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for 1, 2, or 3 days, however long it may take. We will begin the hearing in docket EL 25-032 in the matter of the petition of Sweetman Construction, doing business as Knife River, to have Xcel Energy assigned as its electric provider in the service area of Sioux Valley Electric. The time is approximately 10 a.m. The date is Monday, April 13th, 2026. The location of the hearing room is room 413 of the Capitol building located in Pierce, South Dakota. I am Chris Nelson, Commission Chairman. Joining me today here, present, Commissioners Christy Fegan and Gary Hansen. And Commissioner Hansen, welcome back. Glad to have you with us in person. Yes.
No.
I am presiding over this hearing, and here are the issues that we will be looking at. Number one, whether the petition satisfies the threshold requirements for SDCL 4934A56. The electric service requirements of the load to be served. Number three, the availability of an adequate power supply. Number four, the development or improvement of the electric system of the utility seeking to provide the electric service, including the economic factors related thereto. Number five, the proximity of adequate facilities from which electric service of the type required may be delivered. Number six, the preference of the customer. And number seven, any and all pertinent factors affecting the ability of the utility to furnish adequate electric service to fulfill customers' requirements. Based on these factors, the Commission will decide whether to grant or deny Knife River's petition to be served by Xcel Energy. The applicant, Knife River, has the burden of proof. All parties have the right to be present and to be represented by an attorney. All persons testifying will be sworn in and subject to cross-examination by the parties. The Commission's final decision may be appealed by the parties to the State Circuit Court and the State Supreme Court. Kristen Edwards, our Commission counsel, will act as our hearing examiner and will conduct the hearing subject to the Commission's oversight. She may provide recommended rulings on procedural and evidentiary matters. The Commission may overrule her preliminary rulings throughout the hearing. If not overruled, the preliminary rulings will become final rulings. And at this point, I will now turn the work over to Ms. Edwards.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Edwards, and as Chairman Nelson said, I'll be the hearing examiner for the evidentiary hearing in this docket. Sherry Whitler is here as our court reporter, so please speak clearly and slowly and be kind to her. We'd like to keep her coming back for years to come. Throughout the evidentiary portion of the hearing, I'll rule on objections, and my objections will be subject to reversal by the commissioners. If there is an objection, we generally don't take argument on each objection, but if you'd like to be heard, please say so. We'll begin by taking appearances of the parties. Knife River.
Thank you. Bill Van Camp appearing on behalf of Knife River. With me today is Clark Meyer with the company.
Xcel.
Zev Simser, Dorsey and Whitney on behalf of Xcel Energy. With me is Vanessa Schwabsky from Dorsey and Riley Conlin in-house at Xcel Energy.
Sioux Valley.
Mike Nadolski on behalf of Sioux Valley Energy, and with me here today is Ted Smith.
East River.
Danny Brown on behalf of East River, and with me is Mark Hoffman and Scott Shuey.
Basin.
Meredith Moore on behalf of Basin Electric Cooperative.
And commission staff.
Jenny First on behalf of staff, and with me is Joseph Rizek.
Thank you. And on April 7th, we held a pre-hearing conference. All parties were presented. At the time, the majority of the pre-filed exhibits were stipulated into the record, which I memorialized with a letter to the docket. Subsequently, the parties filed a stipulation regarding Basin's witness. I will quickly read into the record what has been stipulated to. For those following along or listening online, these exhibits are all linked on the docket page. If you go to the PUC's website, go to the docket, and there's a tab in the docket that says evidentiary hearing exhibits. All the stipulated or admitted exhibits are in there. Stipulated to by the parties and admitted into the record are exhibits as listed in attachment A to my letter. They are CM1 through CM6, STK1 and 2, BLS1 and 2, TS1 through 5 and 9 through 15, JR1 through 12, MH1 and 2, and 4 through 9, SS1 through 3, and 5 through 7. Is that correct? Any objections? Seeing none, those will be admitted. All parties have stipulated, also via a letter that was recently filed in the docket, that Basin has adequate power supply as set forth in 4934A56 sub 2 to meet the service requirements of the load to be served. Therefore, the pre-filed testimony of Basin witness Benjamin Hertz will not be offered and is not admitted. I'll also note that the parties had decided to hold off on stipulating to Exhibit M10 until they had a chance to look at it in light of East River choosing not to offer M3. I'm not going to go through all of the exhibits that weren't stipulated to, but I wanted to circle back to that one in case anybody was planning to use it uncrossed. Do we have an update on?
I have an update, Danny Brown for East River. East River is going to proceed with Exhibit MH3 and not going to offer MH10. MH10 can be pulled.
And MH10 was the shorter version, right?
That's correct.
Any objection to the admission of MH3 at this time?
No objection.
No objection.
I also asked a clarification question, please.
Sure.
You say that East River exhibits SS5 through SS11 have been accepted as exhibits?
I have that written down as yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so without objection, M3, correct? M3? Yes. Will be admitted. So if admin staff is listening, if you could move that over onto the exhibits page, as that one will be part of the evidentiary record at this time. The order of presentation will be as listed in that letter I filed in the docket. Knife River will go first as the party with the burden of proof, and cross-examination will follow the order in that letter. At this time, if there are no other preliminary matters that anybody has to discuss, we can proceed with opening statements. Hearing none. Knife River, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, hearing examiner. Bill Van Camp again for Knife River. I just want to thank the commission and the staff for their time and patience in this docket and working with Knife River in bringing this matter before them. We think that we'll be able to demonstrate that we meet the statutory requirements and that this facility is a wholly separate and distinct operation and customer from the existing sand plant. Different product, different type of extraction, different path going forward in the future of the company, and we thank you for your time and look forward to the hearing.
Excel?
Thank you very much to the commission for taking the time and commission staff for a very thorough review of this record. Xcel Energy was approached by Knife River to see what service would look like to their new facility in a new location. And Xcel Energy dutifully took a look to see what it would take for Xcel to serve them. It appears that Knife River prefers service from Xcel based on what our analysis has demonstrated, and we're here to support Knife River's ability to build new facilities and continue to work here in the state of South Dakota. We look forward to a fulsome hearing and are available to answer any questions the commission may have.
Sioux Valley?
Thank you. Mike Nadolski on behalf of Sioux Valley Energy. The standard guidance under SDCL 4934A is the elimination of duplication and wasteful spending across all segments of the electric utility industry. In this manner, the Commission has been called upon to apply the large load statute to the evidence presented here in this hearing today. And as indicated previously, a threshold matter, the large load statute requires three things: that there's a new customer, that there's a new location, and that there is a contracted minimum demand for 2,000 kilowatts or more. Sioux Valley Energy respectfully submits that if the Commission applies the plain and ordinary meaning of the text of the large load statute to the evidence it hears today and tomorrow, it will find that none of those three things are true. Knife River is not a new customer. Sioux Valley has been serving this mining and processing footprint for 20 plus years. This is not a new location. Knife River is simply expanding its mining and processing operations within its overall footprint. And Knife River and Xcel have not yet to contract for a minimum demand of 2,000 kilowatts or more. Finally, and most importantly, if Knife River's petition were to be granted, it would not lead to the elimination of duplication and wasteful spending, but rather it will contribute to duplication and wasteful spending in this matter, as well in other matters that are sure to come. As such, Sioux Valley Energy respectfully requests that the Commission apply the plain and ordinary meaning of the large load statute to the evidence in this case and deny Knife River's petition. Thank you.
East River.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission, for this opportunity, your work and review of what's been provided thus far, and thank you to staff. East River simply joins Sioux Valley's opening and agrees wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Basin.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. I, on behalf of Basin, also join in the opening statement offered by Mr. Nadolski. Thank you.
And staff.
We have no opening, thank you.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, Knife River, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. Knife River would call Clark Meyer, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah. Clark, do you want to push the green button on the microphone? Thank you. Would you introduce yourself for the reporter?
My name is Clark Meyer.
And Clark, please, for the record, just state what your current occupation is.
I'm the president of the Knife River of South Dakota and Iowa.
Okay. And you've submitted pre-filed testimony and rebuttal testimony in this docket?
I have.
Okay. And that's been admitted into the record. Is there anything you want to add or any changes to your testimony?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you just a couple questions since your testimony's already been admitted in the record. But just to clear things up, is this new plant that we're talking about, this rock crushing plant we're going to talk about for the next couple of days, is it located inside the city limits of Corson, South Dakota?
No.
Is it located inside the city limits of Brandon, South Dakota?
No.
Okay. Have you reviewed the testimony of Excel in this docket?
Yes.
Have you reviewed some of the exhibits that have been submitted into the record?
I have.
Are you comfortable that Excel can serve the electrical needs of the plant that you hope to build?
I am.
Have you, and you're aware of the requirements that are required under the statute that's before the commission today, which for the record is 4934A sub 56? You're required that one of the, well, let me rephrase that. Are you aware that the commission is required to consider whether or not Excel Energy can serve your new plant?
Yes.
And you're comfortable with the filing that's been made in Excel representing to the commission that they can, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you comfortable with the filing of Excel that they have an adequate power supply to meet the needs of your new plant?
I am. Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the filing of Excel and as referenced in Commission Exhibit JR or Staff Exhibit JR11, addressing other factors that support their ability to serve the new plant?
I'm not familiar with the JR11, but
Okay.
expound on that. But
Are you?
I didn't hear you. You said I'm not familiar with JR11, but
I'm not sure specifically what document you're referring to, right, Bill?
That's fine. Are you familiar with Excel speaking in the record as it relates to the duplication, the argument that providing service to your facility would be a duplication of services?
I am familiar with that, yes.
Okay. And Excel currently does not have the ability to serve the new plant as you understand it, is that correct?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. So either Excel or Sioux Valley in servicing the needs of this plant would have to build new facilities to serve it?
Yes, either one would have to, yes.
Okay. Do you wish to adopt the representations of Excel and their exhibits in this matter into your testimony?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, we'll go to cross-examination. Mr. Van Camp, is it your intent to have him crossed on both the rebuttal and the direct since they've been admitted into the record?
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Excel, cross.
Thank you, hearing officer. Good morning, sir. Just a few questions. Knife River, when they were contemplating this new facility, they approached Excel to see what kind of service would be available, correct?
Correct.
And upon that approach, you had noted to them, just refresh everybody's recollection, what's the expected load of the facility?
I believe it's 13 megawatts.
13 megawatts, okay. And just, that's more than 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you approached Excel, you provided technical schematics and all the other information that would be necessary for them to determine how best to serve you?
Yes.
And you were provided with a plan and a build-out for that service, correct?
Correct.
Was there any initial costs to Knife River with respect to Excel's proposal?
No, not on the initial proposal, and then after examining it further, there'll be some cost to step it down, so to speak, transformers.
This is a step down. And Knife River, I mean, you guys have facilities all over the country, right?
Yes.
And they're large industrial facilities,
Yep.
right?
Yes.
So-
In fact, we've got a facility served by Excel on the west side of Sioux Falls that use the exact same step-down transformers.
So you guys know how to build and operate this kind of electricity for your large industrial
We do,
facilities?
yes.
Yeah, okay. And it's your preference to take service at this higher voltage?
Yes.
Is there a technical reason that preference exists?
I'd leave that up to our electrical engineers, but as the business side of it, it works for us, and it works on the business end.
Gotcha. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Meyer, I'm going to go backwards in some of these exhibits, so if you would, could we turn to CM3, please? Do you have that up on your screen?
I do.
Okay, so if I understand this exhibit correctly, the quartzite rock deposit is up in the left-hand corner, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the quartzite rock crushing plant is south of there, is that correct?
Correct.
And then directly north of that is the concrete sand washing plant?
Correct.
And then you have the concrete sand deposit off to the right, is that correct?
That's where it's at currently, yes.
And currently, Sioux Valley Energy serves your electrical needs on the concrete sand washing plant. Am I correct there?
Yes.
Okay. And what do they do for you there? What sort of power do you receive?
I think it's less than 1.
What does it power there at that site?
Just conveyor belts and all the necessary equipment to wash sand.
Okay. And what do you need to wash the sand?
I mean, it's just a typical sand washing plant. I mean, it's a glacial deposit. It's brought into the processing facility, and the material is washed and separated.
Okay. What is it washed with?
Water.
Okay. And where's that come from?
It comes from, we recycle a bunch of it in the sand washing facility, but also any makeup waters comes from Split Rock Creek.
Okay. And where does it come from in Split Rock Creek? Is there a point where it comes from?
Yeah, there's a pump.
Where's that at?
It's on this drawing, if you can see it, if you can see the cursor. It's right down in this area here.
Okay. Would you turn to CM5, please? And what are we looking at here?
This is the proposed new rock crushing facility. It's not yet built, but it's showing an overlay of a aerial photo overlaid with the conceptual plant design.
Okay. And what does the conceptual plan show, or what is it meant to show?
Just the layout of the plant and where it's going to be.
Okay. And to the north of that, is that the sand washing or sand processing facility?
Yes.
And between the two, those two locations, what's between the two? Is there a road between the two?
There's a road and there's a ridge, there's the different elevations.
Okay. What kind of road is it?
It's just a plant road that's used in the plant.
And who maintains that road?
We do.
Is it a private road?
I wouldn't say it's so much a private road, it's just a path in the plant.
Okay, so can any member of the public travel down that
No.
road? All right. So if you would, could you help me understand some of these black lines that run from the sand washing facility to the quartzite processing area?
There's nothing that runs from the sand washing facility to the quartzite
Okay.
facility.
So if I look at this exhibit and I zero in on it, what are the black lines that stretch across and traverse those two facilities?
So I think the location of the quartzite processing facility ideally would be right next to the quartzite deposit. If that were to happen, the facility, can people see my mouse? It'd be up in this region here. Because we want to be able to load out rail cars, we had to place the facility in a location that made it accessible by mainline rail. And so, because rail logistics and the geometries of rail can't turn 90-degree corners. And so, with the mainline BNSF rail traffic here, we moved the facility further down so the rail spur could access the new rock crushing quarry facility.
Okay. Look for EH, I think that's 103. It's very small in there. Do you see that on this exhibit CM5? See that little white box?
Okay? I don't.
Have you located it?
What?
It's up in the sand washing component.
Oh, 103.
Yep. And go right to the left of that.
Okay.
And there's a black line that extends
Yep.
down. What is that?
That's a 60-inch conveyor belt transporting the rock from the deposit to the new rock crushing facility that we talked about.
Okay. And how's that powered?
Electric.
Okay. And who serves that?
Well, that's going to be whoever who brings the service to the new plant.
Okay. So this area right here in the sand washing part, that's not served by Sioux Valley?
The conveyor that's shown here is transporting rock from the deposit to the new facility. I assume you're talking about this line right here.
Yep.
103, that one?
Yes.
Yeah, so these are settling ponds for the sand facility.
These are what ponds?
Settling ponds.
Seven.
Yep.
Thank you.
There's no electrical service in that area right there where that 103 is. Those are just settling ponds, water.
Okay. If you go up sort of to the northwest to EH 102, what's that area?
That'll be that's where the new crusher will be.
And if you go off to the side adjacent to that, what are those lines going up north towards your diversion point?
North of 102,
Yes.
you're asking? That's conveyor and crushers.
Now, in your testimony, you indicated that you had given your specifications to Sioux Valley when you first started visiting about this. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what sort of specifications did you give?
Total load.
Okay. Anything else?
Total load, general area of the plant. We're still working on final layout.
And what were your, I guess, concerns in terms of Sioux Valley Energy's ability to provide you electric service? Did you visit about reliability?
Not about reliability, it's about the $5 million difference delta in providing costs, build-out costs.
And you said earlier in your testimony that there was, I guess, a miscommunication between you and Xcel about what Knife River was going to have to provide. Is that correct?
It's been cleared up, but yes, initially.
And what was that miscommunication?
You know, it was communicated to us, we did not need a $5 million transformer station like Sioux Valley said that we'd need. And so after the clarification, it's going to be very similar to our step-down transformers we have on our other facilities.
That's sort of what I'm getting at. So in the beginning, I think in your first pre-filed testimony, you indicated that Knife River wouldn't be responsible for any costs at this site. Is that correct?
Not a $5 million transformer station.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you whether or not you thought Knife River was going to be responsible for any on-site.
We now know it's about a little over $1 million step-down transformer, just like we have at our other facilities.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Ms. River?
Mr. Meyer, do you have a written contract with Xcel for the supply of energy?
We do not.
In your negotiations with Xcel, did you discuss a requirement whereby you would have to curtail your load at different times of the year under the rate that they were proposed to you?
We do it on our other facilities, so if we negotiate that as our final rate, we can manage that.
But as you testify today, you don't know if that's a requirement or not?
We haven't finalized our agreement until we get through this process.
When you were in discussions with Sioux Valley, did you indicate to Sioux Valley that you would be able to curtail your load?
I don't think that was ever discussed.
Can you go back to exhibit CM5? CM5, you indicated that at the bottom there was the rock crushing facility that you guys want to build.
Correct.
And are you currently crushing any rock at that location right now?
No.
And you agree that the rock crushing plant that you want to build shares the same 911 address as your existing plant?
Yes, it does.
And in your future plans to operate the rock crushing plant, are you going to use the road system that currently exists on that site?
So as I explained, this road coming off Highway 11 passes under the BNSF railway. It's very narrow, and it's so they share the road that passes under the road. The other part is both facilities independently have truck traffic, and this is going out onto Highway 11. So we want to maintain one ingress for truck traffic for safety reasons. Also the fact that the sand plant facility will be mothballed here within a couple years.
And you testify that your Knife River is a current customer of Sioux Valley.
Correct.
And Knife River is also a current customer of Excel.
That's correct.
And no further questions. Thank you.
Basin?
No questions, thank you.
Jack?
Good morning.
Morning.
In your pre-filed testimony, you state, as part of due diligence and to make the best business decision, it is our duty to vet all options and make an informed decision on what will be best for the operation, correct?
That is correct.
Did you ask Sioux Valley for all of your options in terms of paying back the build-out?
We asked for their best proposal.
You also state in your testimony that they offered to provide for a different arrangement, reducing the cost to Knife River, that they would only share if Knife River dropped the current petition with the commission seeking service from Excel Energy, correct?
That is correct.
So they would not provide you with the alternative option unless you drop the stock
That is
docket.
correct.
Who at Sioux Valley told you that?
It was a meeting with Ted and with, can't think of the manager's name. The current manager of Sioux Valley.
Okay.
I can't remember his name.
So you state in your testimony that the sand plant and the rock crushing plant are not on the same property, correct?
That is correct.
They have different legal descriptions.
They have different parcels, yes.
In the plans, there is a conveyor belt proposed to run from the quartzite deposit and the rock crushing plant, correct?
That is correct.
Is any of the conveyor belt infrastructure on the area of the existing sand plant?
No, it crosses by, it crosses where a current conveyor runs, but the sand conveyor is going to be decommissioned this summer.
Will any of the power needed for the conveyor belt cross any Sioux Valley infrastructure?
Except for the conveyor I talked about that's going to be decommissioned, except for that, no.
Okay. After reading the testimony provided by the interveners regarding the different payment and infrastructure options, is it still Knife River's preference to have Excel serve the proposed rock crushing plant?
It is.
And you talked about stepping down the power. Where would that infrastructure be located?
It'd be inside the rail loop that you see on in the new facility, on the new property.
Would any of the infrastructure cross or intermingle with infrastructure already in place for the sand plant from Sioux Valley?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Meyer, thank you for being here to help us sort all this out. Just a few questions, and I want to go back to some of the questions Mr. Nadolski was asking you off of CM5. Did I hear correctly that the conveyor is a 60-inch conveyor?
Correct.
Correct. And if I'm understanding the map correctly, it's going from the quartzite rock deposit through the sand washing plant down to the quartzite rock crushing plant. Is that
No.
correct?
No, it does not go through the sand washing plant.
Well, it sure looks to me like it does, or certainly along the side of it. Am I looking at the map wrong?
Yeah, it doesn't go through the facility at all, no. This is the sand washing facility here. This belt crosses, the 60-inch crosses to the surge pile here. The conveyor we talked about is a rail loading conveyor that takes the sand over to the railroad track to load. And that's being decommissioned.
Okay, if you could go back to CM3. Here's I think where I'm getting maybe confused. CM3, and there is a blue square that is labeled concrete sand washing plant. And when I overlay that in my mind over the map in CM5, it looks to me like that conveyor is going through what is labeled as the concrete sand washing plant area. Am I wrong?
Yeah, it doesn't go through any of the processing facility. The processing facility, this also encompasses the settling ponds we talked about. And this was a perfect rectangular drawn to show the area, but the actual power and processing of the sand plant are more in the, not on the way edge over here. The 60-inch conveyor belt does pass near the edge here, this blue square.
So are you telling me that the 60-inch conveyor does not go through what is shown as the blue square here?
It might go through the edge of the blue, but there's no electrical processing facility inside that where it crosses.
How many motors are on that 60-inch conveyor? And where are they located?
They'd be at the drive-ins, and I don't know that off the top of my head without looking up the design. They're usually just at the head end, at the head pulleys.
So I'm back on CM5, and it sure looks to me like that conveyor depicted there runs right through what would have been the blue square.
So
so I guess my question is, from the south end of that conveyor to the north end, how many motors are on that?
I believe there's gonna be a set of motors here right for the stacker, and there'll be one at this transfer point. So there'll be one out by the EH 103, and then be inside the new plant facility.
Okay, thank you. So moving away from that subject, obviously Sioux Valley's been your supplier, and so the question I'm going to ask you is not one that really even gets at any of the statutory requirements, but as a commissioner, I mean, I'm certainly wondering, why are we here? Can you just answer the basic question of why you are dissatisfied with your current supplier and why you would want to move to a new supplier? Just give us the basic why.
It's a business decision, Chris. Commissioner, it's a $4 million business decision.
Okay, and so that was leading right into my next question. You guys are businessmen, successful. So obviously, my assumption is you've done a 20-year comparison between Excel and Sioux Valley. We don't have that in the evidence. So tell me, at the end of 20 years, what's the difference, or whatever time period you use to analyze that?
This is such a big decision. We hired an independent electrical engineer to help do the analysis. They laid it all out. We built a model. We got input from both suppliers. And the evidence is pretty glaring. We're not dissatisfied with what Sioux Valley did at our current facility, but this is a brand new facility. We had to build out a brand new model. We had to go to our board for approval. This is a new operation to Knife River, new capital investment. And in part of that capital investment, it's under scrutiny, review, analysis. This is all part of that. It's a $5 million upfront investment with one and a 1.1 with another. And so it's a business decision for us. And it's all part of making this facility to pull the trigger and spend the capital and make the investment on a brand new facility. We consulted with a third party to help make the right decision. And that's what drives us here.
Thank you. So I want to dig into that just a little bit. What I hear you saying is that the decision was based on upfront capital investment and not over an entire 20-year look at both capital and operating costs over those 20 years. Is that right?
Both. Yes, and I don't have the model memorized, but the obvious glaring things up front, even if all things were equal, afterwards, the upfront investment is significant enough to move the needle.
Okay. And so the 20-year evaluation, and I'm just using 20 because that's what I would do on this kind of a big project. That 20-year evaluation, it's not in evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
And if we were to go into confidential session, could you share with us what the final conclusion at the end of that 20 years is for both of these?
I think I have that. I could do
And
that.
would that have to be done confidentially, or can you share that with us
I'd rather
openly?
be shared confidential, be confidential.
Let's just hold that, we'll hold that thought for a while. We won't press that. Let me ask you this, would, Mr. Van Camp, is that an exhibit that you could attempt to put into confidential evidence, or something you'd be interested in doing or not? And do you understand kind of where I'm going with this?
I do, Your Honor, or, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Commissioner, I do. I am not prepared at this point, nor do I have in my possession that analysis and to put it in. Plus, I would have to object to the relevance of it under the MDU case, which was the Supreme Court's analysis of MDU's attempt to leak into the FEM district. I mean, the commission in earlier large load cases used to do a competitive analysis and weigh and balance which provider supplied cost-effective or the best cost-effective service. And the Hub City case kind of set that aside as something the commission shouldn't go down.
Yeah, and that's why I said at the beginning, these questions are not necessarily directed at what the statute is looking for. It just helps me understand the why of why we're here. I will let that go at this moment, and I do appreciate your responses. That's all I've got at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here on a Monday morning. We certainly appreciate that. So, Sweetman Construction or Knife River, they own all these parcels, and are they up at the corporate level, or it's hard for me to understand?
Yeah.
It looks like to me when I, of course, look at my hunting map.
Onyx, yeah.
Yeah, it's all Sweetman.
Yeah. The initial plant was built as a sand reserve, sand plant, 25 plus years ago. We had identified a quartzite deposit near there. So two different deposits. One, the sand's a glacial till deposit, and the quartzite's a metamorphic deposit. So we had been processing sand there for 25 years. At some point, I'm just going to be directionally correct, the land became available that had the quartzite deposit on it. And so we secured that land as a future reserve for the company. We've also secured land in other areas that have mineral deposits on them also. That's what we do. We mine that. So anytime there's we do test drilling often, and anytime we find a deposit, we try securing that. This just happened to be adjacent.
So what you're saying to me, the parent company or whatever owns all this land?
I believe we got 1,400 acres out there, maybe 1,500 acres, yeah.
And so the property taxes are sent to the same billing
Yeah,
address,
yes.
right?
All separate parcel numbers, but yes.
So with Sioux Valley, you had to get like 5 to 10 acres. Would that be on land that you already have, or did you have to go purchase that?
They were asking us to provide it.
So do you have that land already?
We would
Okay.
find a place for it.
So you
We'd
have,
have to, yeah.
or you would have to go purchase new land.
Maybe. We haven't determined where that'd be.
So I thought it was interesting, in some of your crosses and your information you were giving, it appears that you are going on an interruptible load or demand response.
We operate that way at our current facility, our current quarry facility.
But it sounded like when you first met with Sioux Valley Energy, they were unaware, or you didn't tell them that it was a demand response load? Because there's a significant difference in that.
We asked for their best proposal.
But you didn't, so there was no communication on what type of service that was, if it was demand response or not? I mean, there's significant differences.
There's significant differences in the transformer step down too. We asked for their best proposal. We said we're building this new facility, and we took their best proposal and had our electrical engineers do analysis of it.
So the electrical engineers, did they do analysis of capacity costs and all of that? Because if it's a demand response, how did they, I mean, I'm wondering how they compared apples to apples. If Sioux Valley Energy was unaware that this was interruptible load.
I couldn't tell you how they did their analysis.
Okay. So this new company that you have is under the parent company, correct? But it's its own LLC? Or
What new company are you talking about?
the rock crushing plant, is that a new company? Is that a new LLC?
It's a new operation in our existing company.
Okay, so it's under the same company. This is just a new load. Okay.
Yes.
It's just a new load, not necessarily new company. It's under the same company. Okay.
It's a new operation.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I appreciate Commissioner Nelson's questions, especially on the conveyor belt, because it appears that that area certainly is part of the land that is the sand washing plant. You said that you were going to close down the sand washing plant. I missed that in the testimony.
Yeah. The reserve that we're mining there for sand is nearly depleted.
Okay.
And it's within 1 to 2 years, depending on sales, of being completely gone. And at that point, that facility will be, the operations at the sand facility will end.
Okay. I think that's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Meyer, and thank you for the pre-filed testimony. It was interesting. Drive by this area frequently on my way to get my car repaired at Chancellor, and often curious about this operation in comparison to some of the others around Sioux Falls. And you say that within a few years you will be done mining the sand in this one particular large area?
Correct, yep.
Okay. And do you have plans for the usage of that?
We have secured other sand deposits, and we are
For
starting.
that particular property? You're just abandoning that property then?
Off the property, yeah. It'll go to a new location.
Okay. That's something that's neither here nor there, such as Commissioner Nelson's curiosity about the costs. Just, we have this opportunity to ask some questions that could be objected to, I suspect, but I appreciate the information. My decision is going to be based upon the statute and the ambiguities and challenges of trying to figure out new location as opposed to adjacent and perhaps not a new location, a new customer, and perhaps is it really a new customer? And I don't have any particular questions for you except for, and this may be subject to hearsay, so I'll look for an objection as I ask it. During your discussions, which are confidential, but did any specific information given to you about how the costs may affect other customers based upon your decision here?
There was no discussion about any of that with us.
Okay. Well, that's a flag I'll throw up at this point so that the other persons who will be giving testimony from the other entities will be able to answer that question for me. Thank you for coming here and providing your information. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Fegan?
I forgot to confirm something that you said. I thought when I was reading it, it looked like it was 11 megawatts. And then in your opening, I think you said 13. And I could have read it wrong.
It could be 11, yeah. There's different, when we went to load, a lot of this was under design too, and that's why I probably had a couple different numbers in my head. So I think it is 11, now that the current design.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commissioners or advisors? All right, we'll go back to recross based upon commissioner questions and information that came out during commissioner questions only. Excel, do you have anything further on recross?
Just a couple of quick questions. When you were having discussions with Excel about Excel's proposal, do you recall that why Excel didn't need to charge you up front like Sioux Valley is proposing?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. And then you have other facilities on a curtailment rate, correct?
We do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sioux Valley?
Thank you. Mr. Meyer, just so I can track with your testimony here today, when you first met with Sioux Valley and in your words asked for their best proposal, did you tell them that it could be a curtailable load, that it could be interrupted?
We told them that we were going to take proposals from them and from anyone else, and we were giving that to a engineer to do analysis.
So, and I appreciate that. I think that's what you testified to earlier, but could you answer my specific question? Did you visit with them about that?
I don't think we got into those details with them, no.
Okay. So, and this was prior to you filing this petition?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever come back to them prior to filing this petition and see if there was anything else that Sioux Valley could do with different specifications based on a proposal?
We're in the contracting industry. We turn in bids all the time. When you turn in your bid, you turn in your best bid. If that wasn't the best bid, and now we're gonna let them change it or have it less costs, it almost feels a little unethical.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Meyer. Typically, when you're in the contracting business and you issue bids, there's specific specifications for what you're trying to achieve. Is that correct?
There's some guidelines, but you stay within those rails to make the best proposal forward.
And when it comes to coming up with the best proposal, would you agree with me that it's important to have some specific specifications as to what those are going to be?
I think if you were, you could also ask questions. And so no questions were asked from the Sioux Valley team on, on the interruptible rate or not.
As it applies to what you're characterizing as upfront costs, Did you ask about whether there were different options for funding those on-site distribution costs?
No, didn't ask.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier about meeting with Sioux Valley Energy while this petition was pending. Was that at your request?
I don't recall. We're customers of theirs.
You don't recall whether it was at your
I don't
request?
know whose request was, ours or theirs, but
Okay.
we have a relationship with them. We're their customer.
Did Sioux Valley Energy offer to visit with you about different proposals if you would sign an MDA with them?
In the 11th hour,
And you decided not to?
correct.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
East River?
Thank you. You're aware that East River has submitted proposed pre-file testimony in this case with a comparison between Excel's rate and ultimately what Sioux Valley could pose for an electric rate. And in that proposal, Excel's rate is substantially higher than East River's. And I won't go into the amount since we're not in a confidential session, but you're aware that Sioux Valley has come back to you with proposed energy rates that are substantially less than the original proposal to Knife River. Is that correct?
I don't have that memorized and I don't have it in front of me, so right now I'm not aware of it.
You're not aware that they came back with a rate that was substantially lower than what they previously proposed initially?
I haven't seen that.
Are you aware that Sioux Valley proposed providing energy similar to Excel and not requiring the $5 million investment that you've indicated today?
I have never seen that proposal.
Excuse me, would you say that again?
I've never seen that proposal.
Have you reviewed all the pre-filed testimony?
I feel like I've gone through a majority of it.
If in fact you were paying substantially more per year for energy with Excel, would that change your mind on how you feel today?
I'd have to do analysis of that. I don't have the facts in front of me.
Thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Nelson asked if the conveyor system crossed any of the existing sand washing plant. Does the rock conveyor system cross any infrastructure used to pump water from the creek into the ponds?
There's a pipe that comes from the creek up to the freshwater ponds, but nothing electrical. Nothing electrical.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
You were asked the question about an offer and an NDA, and you said that came at the 11th hour. When did that meeting actually happen?
I don't remember the exact date, but it had to be less than, I'm just directionally correct, 4 or 5 weeks ago?
It was in calendar year 2026.
Absolutely, yes.
You were asked questions about whether or not you have a contract with Excel. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Will you, when the plant is constructed, require electrical service with a contracted minimum demand of 2,000 kilowatts or more?
We will.
The current sand plant, I think you were asked a question about it and its electrical load, and you said 1. Were you referring to 1 megawatt?
Yes, less than 1 megawatt, yes.
Okay. And there's been a number of questions about what happens when the sand reserve is gone, and you've stated that you're going to close the facility down. What happens to the actual facilities on the property at that point?
Those facilities will typically, if they're worn out, they'll be scrapped, or else anything that can be used will be recommissioned on a different site.
But everything that's there now for the existing sand washing facility will be off the property.
It'll be gone, yep.
This conveyor belt, and we'll get to it with the testimony of the witnesses for Sioux Valley and East River, because there's numerous statements that you share or will share existing facilities with the sand plant and the new rock crushing facility. Is the conveyor belt that's used for the sand facility going to be used for the rock crushing facility?
No.
Are there other pieces of equipment that are used now for the sand facility that are going to be used for the rock crushing facility?
There's none.
You were asked about the overlay of the two maps, and I know that's confusing. Can we pull up CM3, I think? Okay. The blue and the, I guess we'll call that red, I think you adequately described that, but those are legal descriptions, so the corners are squared, right?
Correct.
In the, it's a poor red, but we'll call it red.
That's quartzite pink.
Yeah, okay. Well, see, I didn't know that. In the quartzite pink, that's where your new rock crushing plant will be developed, right?
Correct.
And we don't need to pull that up, but that's also reflected on CM5, correct?
Correct.
Are there any existing utilities on the pink quartzite rock crushing plant legal description there?
There's nothing. Before we started, it was a pasture.
Okay. You were asked by Commissioner Fegan about the corporate structure of Knife River and this new facility. Do you want to talk about internally how you are going to handle the operations of this plant versus the existing sand plant?
Yeah, we have different business profit centers throughout the company, and it's a brand new profit center. The Corson sand washing facility got its own P&L, its own asset list. The Corson rock crushing facility will have its own P&L asset list, equipment's assigned to it, totally separate on the sheets.
If this commission required under 4934A56 that you put this new facility in a separate subsidiary corporation, would you be willing to do that?
We would.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down. Knife River, is that your only witness on your case in chief?
Yes, it is.
We'll take a 5-minute break before we go to Excel. So back at 11:10. Correction, we're gonna go 10-minute break, so back at 11:15.
As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from peer. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
Oh, no worries. You're fine. Now you're directly in my way. Yeah. Just go back to where you were. It would be perfect. Yeah. Sorry. Aha. All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Colbeck. How are you?
Good morning.
Can you state your name and title for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Steve Colbeck, and I'm the State Director for Business Relations and State Affairs in the state of South Dakota for Xcel Energy.
And are you the same Steve Colbeck who filed direct and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I am.
And if you were to testify the same way today? Would you make any changes to your testimony?
No changes, thank you.
Just a couple of questions to kick things off to address some of the issues that were raised in the last round. When you talk to customers about service options, do you only give them a single option based on explicitly what they've asked you for?
No, we give them the options that we have available in our tariffs on a general rule.
And that's just because it makes good business sense?
That's correct. I think normally during the normal course of business, we have to have our customers aware of what our tariff rates are.
And then when you're talking to other customers about providing service, do you keep other customers top of mind?
Of course, yes. That's why we have contributions and aid. Our customers are always our top of mind. We want to make sure that they're treated fairly because we have to justify everything we do to the commission.
I have nothing further. The witness is available for cross.
All right, we'll start with Knife River.
Thank you. Mr. Colbeck, you testified in your pre-filing that Excel customers will benefit from Excel serving Knife River. Could you expand on that a little?
Sure. So as you have fixed assets and we continue to sell electricity, if you drive more widgets, as you say, through a fixed asset, that can help drive costs down. That's how all customers would benefit.
And I'm somewhat familiar with the area where this plant will go personally, but how close are you to servicing customers near the Knife River plant?
Some of our existing customers are probably a mile away. We serve in the city of Brandon, which is right across the street, right across the interstate. And then our service territory, actually, before we did a service territory swap, was less than a half mile away.
And just at a high level, why is there no contribution and aid required of Knife River in this matter?
That might be outside my purview and maybe a better question for Mr. Cilliuson, but it's my understanding that the revenue requirements will satisfy that.
Okay. And you heard the testimony of Clark Meyer this morning?
I did.
Okay. And I asked Clark a couple questions about some of the information that Excel's filed in the docket, some of the discovery answers that you've provided. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to ask you quickly about those. You filed discovery that staff has added as an exhibit here that states that Excel is able to service the 11 megawatt load. Is that correct?
That's correct. We actually have over 10,000 megawatts of load in our 5-state area. We can easily serve that load.
Okay. The development and deployment of the facilities necessary to serve this new plant, would that help with the infrastructure that Excel has generally in the area?
Yep, in the area. We actually serve Garrettson, Brandon, and then some other rural areas around that. Anytime you add to your transmission or infrastructure like that, it can help with reliability.
And it's your understanding in preparing for this hearing that Sioux Valley is not currently able to service this new facility of Knife River?
Generally aware, yes. I read the testimony and not the intricate details.
Okay. So,
not the intricate details of what.
But to your understanding, you're not building over existing facilities of Sioux Valley that could right now service this new plant?
That is correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Colbeck, in terms of your pre-filed testimony, and I believe it's your exhibit number 1, I think you indicate in there that you had a telephone conversation with Mr. Meyer. Is that correct, regarding a bid?
That's correct.
Okay. And what sort of bid spec sheet did he give you?
So after that conversation, we asked them for what their load requirement would be, and then Mr. Cilliuson could probably answer a little bit more. It's a little bit outside of mine, what they supplied, but basically what the load would be and what was required.
Okay. So you didn't actually give him that information over the telephone call?
No, over the telephone call was just that if we would be willing to give them a bid. They asked us to participate.
Okay. And then you also indicated that you had asked Mr. Meyer multiple times as to whether or not Sioux Valley Energy was aware that Knife River was speaking with Xcel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And-
Over the last 10 years, I've got a relationship with Sioux Valley and with Southeastern. And if we're asked to bid, we do that, and we normally give a heads up. That's why I wanted to make sure that Sioux Valley was aware. We've had other situations like that.
Okay, so, and just to be clear then, so multiple times you asked him and multiple times he responded that yes, Sioux Valley was aware that Knife River was consulting with Xcel Energy. That was your understanding?
That was my understanding, correct?
Okay. And you also, in your testimony, indicate that it's your opinion that Sioux Valley is unable to serve this particular load. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you're not able to either, right? Xcel is not able to serve the load now, are they?
No, we would need the commission to say that we could.
Right, and what else would Xcel need to do to serve the load?
We would have to create transmission as in my, or 34.5, 10 miles of 34.5 to get
Correct.
to a meter for them.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask a question, which the answer is going to be confidential information. And the question is, in your testimony, you indicate that the approximate cost of extending service to the new customer is an amount which is revenue justified using existing rate tariffs. Can I ask this question? What is the amount that it would cost? And do we need to go into some confidential status?
Without
or how-
objection, you can ask it. I think we'll need to go into confidential session. I'll have to ask Jeanette what that entails. Just go off the air? Just go off the air. Okay. Why don't you ask it on the record, and then we'll go and we'll hit the button when he answers.
Mr. Colbeck, what is the approximate cost of extending service to the new customer?
Don't say anything until the red light goes off, right?
Okay.
From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts Programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Danny Brown making argument in support of the request for confidential information. East River has made requests, Sioux Valley Basin, with opposing counsel to sign an NDA. They've been unwilling to sign an NDA to exchange confidential information. They have not shared confidential information with us. We have not shared it with them. It's my understanding in these proceedings that we could discuss confidential information by going into a confidential hearing where other people who weren't privy to this information wouldn't be able to hear it. As interveners, I believe it's important to get this information in front of the commission and in front of all the parties. If we're considering preference as to the customer's preference in choosing a provider, I think we need to get into the actual costs. As you can see from the testimony so far, there's been some confusion, some dispute as to what was our best offer, what Sioux Valley can provide, and what the cost of providing energy in the infrastructure will actually be. I think it's relevant to the proceeding. I think it's relevant to one of the factors that the commission has to consider, and I think we should be able to get into it. And I think the commission has the ability and the authority to enter a protective order from the bench here, requiring us not to discuss this information outside this proceeding. So I think appropriate protections can be put in place, and I think it would be prejudicial if the information isn't discussed openly in a confidential proceeding. Thank you.
I mean, we fully and wholeheartedly disagree. I mean, fundamentally, the question of who does the customer prefer is the relevant question, and it's very clear on this record that Knife River prefers Xcel Energy. To second guess that fundamental question is not a necessary evidentiary component. This commission has moved beyond identifying the actual costs of service as a reason that this issue is on the table. And so at the end of the day, the commission has very clear factors that are clearly here in evidence. The reality here is that there's a different set of offers from both parties that Knife River has itself evaluated.
There's a different set of what?
There's a different set of offers from Sioux Valley and Xcel Energy that Knife River has evaluated. Knife River's evaluation is the ultimate answer, and they're the only ones, quite frankly, that have all the information. So we don't see a reason that we would need to share our trade secret competitive information with the other side, nor have we asked the other side to give us their trade secret competitive information. The actual numbers don't matter, is our point of view. And if they are, then they need to be protected.
May I respond? Or no?
Yeah. Yes,
Well, Mr. Meyer testified that his preference. Mr. Meyer testified just today that his preference was based on cost. And he also indicated that he hadn't seen our most recent offer or wasn't aware of it. To me, it seemed like he had an open mind and he wants to see and hear the number, and I think it should be discussed. And again, I think it would be prejudicial if we weren't allowed to discuss it. Thank you.
So there's not been a motion for protective order made. Typically that would be made, in advance, and I haven't seen one of those. If there's a motion for protective order being put out there, I think it's appropriate that the commissioners weigh in on that as they would have done had it been filed ahead of the hearing. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, so you're looking for us to opine on the objection?
If Mr. Brown is making a motion for protective order or...
We need to come to a final resolution on his objection first, I think.
Okay. So I would be inclined to agree with Xcel to the extent that there's not a protective order and direct the parties to over lunch come to a protective or an NDA agreement if they're able to, but I'll defer to the three of you to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I would concur with that.
Well, I agree that the business decision should be left up to Knife River. The concern that I, as a commissioner, have is what effect that this transaction will have on existing or future customers. It's the customer's cost that I think that we are to discharge and be responsible for. Knife River, God bless them, they make the right decision, the wrong decision, that's on them. That's their cost. It's not within our bailiwick.
I agree, Kristen, with your decision.
So I think we'll proceed now under the understanding that that's protected information. I would ask the parties to speak about it in our next recess and see if they can come to an agreement on an NDA. And we'll go forward now with sustaining the objection and not going into confidential session. So we are back to Mr. Brown, correct?
Yes, thank you.
And if you guys come to an agreement on that, we will circle back to your question after lunch. Thank you.
Mr. Colbeck, could you turn to Exhibit 3-4? Or actually, it's SS-3, I'm sorry, SS-3. Are you familiar with Exhibit SS-3 as it relates to your response to a data request sent to you by Sioux Valley, East River, and Basin?
I object to this line of questioning to Mr. Colbeck. Our witness, Mr. Sillison, was the sponsor of these interrogatories, and we believe questions are best directed towards him.
I'm going to overrule. If Mr. Colbeck is not familiar, he can say so.
Specifically, data request 3-1.
3, 4, 3, 1.
You were just on it.
Yeah, I'm getting, oh, sorry.
You know what, I'll just ask these questions to the
Okay.
other witness if he provided these data requests.
True. 3, 1.
Can you go to SS-5, SS-5?
Okay.
Mr. Colbeck, did you answer this data request?
Yes.
With respect to the question, I believe you indicated that the proposed rate is E20 for this Knife River load?
Yes,
And would this answer is still true and accurate as of today?
that's correct.
I'd ask you to turn to SS-11. And if you could blow that up a little bit, please. Would you agree with me that this is the electric service agreement form that Excel would want Knife River to enter ultimately?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Are you familiar with this form?
In generality, yes.
It's a little hard to read on the exhibit, but if I could just start with number 1 of that document. I would just like to kind of go through each one of these numbers and just read off the titles of the sections and not go into the details of the section, but just make it clear what the titles of these sections are. Are you able to do that with me?
Sure.
Okay, so paragraph number 1, can you read what that title is?
Kind of service.
Paragraph number 2,
Annual minimum demand charge.
paragraph 3,
Term.
paragraph 4,
Rate.
paragraph 5,
Terms and conditions.
paragraph 6,
minimum average monthly demand charge differential,
Paragraph 7,
minimum hours of interruption,
paragraph 8,
control period notice,
paragraph 9,
expected minimum demands,
paragraph 10,
determined demand level,
in paragraph 11.
trial period and cancellation charge.
And generally, these are the terms that any future ESA would have if you entered into an agreement with Knife River.
Correct.
And can we now move to exhibit? Well, forget moving to the exhibit, but at this point, those titles of that agreement that we just discussed, Excel does not have any type of written agreement, binding agreement with Knife River addressing any of those terms. Is that correct?
That is correct. That would be premature.
And the proposed rate that you've offered to Knife River is a rate that requires curtailment.
That's correct.
No further questions.
No questions, thank you.
Who will provide the capital for the initial build-out to the rock plant?
That's probably outside of the purview of, that's outside of my knowledge. I think that might be better for Mr. Citizen, but
Okay. I'll ask this one, but that might be for him as well. Will any of the cost of the initial build-out, maintenance, or any other costs be covered by the payers?
Xcel Energy ratepayers?
Yep.
It will not, because the contribution in aid will satisfy the revenue requirements.
Okay, thank you. No further question.
Going to commissioner questions. Commissioner Fegan.
I just had a question on what you just stated, so I'm asking my advisor. So did you just say there's a contribution of aid?
I'm sorry.
Did I just hear that?
There is no contribution
Okay.
in aid.
See, I misheard. That's what
Oh.
happens when I get this old. I hear things. Okay. Mr. Colbeck, welcome
Hello?
to the room that you're very familiar with the last 3.5 months. It's good to
Yes.
see you again.
Yes.
So in your data request, I think it was 1-2, it was talking about Excel relied on the customer to determine if this is a new customer. So is that true?
Yes, we asked them numerous times if it's a new plant, if it's a new customer, and then they told us it was and asked us to participate.
So did your legal team look at the statute and make sure that it was a new customer? Or you just,
We, at that point, that's not when we asked our legal team, it was after it matured, and then when Knife River decided to go forward with us, that's when we escalated that to the legal team. And
so you did ask your legal team?
after Knife River crunched the numbers and decided that they wanted to go forward with this hearing.
So I saw the rate or the interruptible load. And so that's a demand response in the MISO market. So is that like a load modifier where you're modifying your load for MISO when you're looking at capacity, so you don't need any additional capacity on this load? So if you're going to have 11 megawatts, this is a DR, so that means there's no additional capacity needed for a planning reserve margin?
That's outside of my knowledge purview on the MISO market. But we have an existing, the load will come from an existing transformer and existing substation.
Did you state that you have enough capacity?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say you have enough capacity, is that enough? So when I think of capacity, I think of planning reserve margin, and so when I look at that, I'm curious if you have to have additional capacity if you're a demand response.
I can spitball that answer, but I don't know if I can give you a great answer. We have a capacity in our system in Sioux Falls, so it's public. Smithfield is going to be moving. We have other companies that come in. We have reserve inside of that market, outside of like I think you're at a 30,000 foot level, and I think we're at a distribution level.
Okay, so you're at an energy level.
Correct.
I'm at a planning reserve margin,
Yes.
capacity, accredited capacity.
Right.
I can't remember, is the number of hours interruptible, is that confidential?
I'm not
The rate
sure.
that you gave them, the number of hours interruptible?
To the extent it's a negotiated number, Commissioner, it would be confidential.
I think so, I'm glad I didn't ask it. So the 10-mile line, 10 miles is a large amount for that area, lots of people living in that area. So you're adding a 10-mile line, and that's gonna be a direct line, right?
I think Mr. Citizen can answer that a little bit better. We will be, but as far as how that line's going to mature, he'll have a better answer for you,
Okay.
since he's our engineer.
So Xcel Energy, as you know, large load is the big topic in the US right now. So this is a 10-mile line. So how far would Xcel Energy go? Would you do 50 miles or a 100-mile line?
That would probably depend on the contribution and aid, how much that's going to cost. But we were asked to participate in this, and that's why we're here. We weren't looking, Knife River asked us for a bid, and that's why we're here.
So you'll have to ask your legal counsel when I ask you this. So will you have some type of security where they will have an extended amount of years that they have to maintain their 2 megawatts and above, so that is paid off? Is that confidential?
It's not confidential, no.
It is
So-
not, but that goes into the contribution and aid, is my understanding. So, again, that's more on with Mr. Citizen and how he came up with that and how it load justifies.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask him, because I don't understand that you have a contribution of aid. I hear that your revenue is going to,
Right, there
take
is
care
no
of that.
contribution and aid, and it's revenue justified.
Yeah.
How we got to that is in the engineering level.
so I'll
not at
ask
my level.
him the question of the time frame and if there's some type of protection for other ratepayers if you build a 10-mile line.
Correct.
Okay.
And that would be in our existing tariffs and in our existing network.
Okay. I think, Mr. Colbeck, those are my questions today.
Hello. Thank you.
Commissioner, Senator, man about town.
Former somebody.
Appreciate your written testimony. Seem to imply or state that existing customers are going to be untouched. This is going to be great for them. Is it going to affect the existing customers in any way whatsoever?
It'd be my opinion that it would benefit our existing customers, just like any other 11 megawatt load that came to our Sioux Falls system inside of our territory.
Well, you state that Excel's this is in your pre-filed testimony, that existing customers will benefit if Excel serves Knife River. I'm really excited about hearing why. And you say, because it will shore up reliability by additional operational flexibility, which allows for better movement of load when needed.
So we currently serve Garrettson and Brandon, and this was, Corson is in the middle. So anytime you would add a 34-5 line, that would shore up reliability and options. That's what that testimony.
Is there a challenge with reliability at the present time or expected future time?
Not at this time.
So it may or may not shore up additional operational flexibility and reliability. It has a chance of doing that.
Yes. Mr. Cilliuson is probably going to be a better one to explain how that would happen. But anytime we can add a 34-5 line inside of our system, which gives us more options, which gives us switching capacity, which helps with the reliability.
I would assume if it doesn't cost anything, then it would be a benefit, yes, as opposed to any time. And instead of saying that it will shore up. However, this is going to cost money. And East River apparently, Knife River is not writing a big check to pay for this. So are you saying that XL is swallowing this? No, I don't recall whether the cost of extending the service was confidential or not. Do you remember if it was?
It
the
is.
Amount?
It's in my confidential testimony how much that would cost.
Okay. So I was about to use that, and that's a decent chunk of change to extend a 345 10 miles. So that cost is just going to be on the shoulders of the stockholders?
It will revenue justify through contribution and aid. There will be no contribution and aid needed, and it'll go through our existing tariffs as if it was inside of our territory.
So Knife River is going to pay for it?
Through the revenue justification, yes.
All right. Well, I know you're a man of your word, so I'll take your word for it.
That's the best of my knowledge, I guess.
I think that covers my questions. Thank you.
And Mr. Kobach, I'm going to pick up exactly where
Sure.
Commissioner Hanson left off. In answering a very early question today about the lack of a contribution for construction, you answered, quote, revenue requirements will satisfy that, unquote. Typically, when we think of setting the revenue requirement, we do that in a rate case,
Correct.
and then that revenue that XL needs for all of their functions gets distributed to all of their customers. Is that how this revenue requirement is going to work?
This revenue requirement will work just like every other day-to-day business inside of our territory. If it was going to be a new hog barn or a new grain dryer or anything like that, that contribution and aid is inside of our tariffs. And whatever revenue justifies, then that, they do not have to pay that. But if it comes above that, then they would have to pay. But in this instance, with this load that they've told us, we did the calculations, and it will justify. It will justify. And it will justify.
Thank you. I'd like you to go to Exhibit JR7. And this is your response to data request 1-2. And this talks about this 10-mile line. If you go to the second page of this exhibit, we find a map. And by my best calculation, the line on there is 3.5 to 4 miles long, not 10 miles. And so am I reading the map wrong, or do we not have a map showing the 10-mile line?
First of all, the total upgrades would be the 10-mile. That's where our service stops, and Mr. Siliuson can give you a better understanding of from point A to point B and where that will be.
Okay, so even though this was your data response request, he's the guy that has to answer the
Well,
question.
I can answer it that the 10 miles is from the substation to the location.
Okay, do we have a map in evidence showing the 10-mile line?
I would have to, I'd have to go look. I don't know off the top of my head. Let me-
Okay, be prepared for a question. That is all I have. Thank you.
From our Lawrence sub, yep.
Do we have any further commissioner or advisor questions? Hearing none, I'm wondering if before lunch break, or if it would be appropriate to take a lunch break now so the parties could work on that protective order? Right?
Questions in response to our questions?
Right, I just thought maybe if they worked out the protective order, they would be able to, or do you want, should we go to questions now?
I do these questions first, yeah.
Okay, we'll go to recross based upon commissioner questions. Remember, this is limited to information brought up during commissioner questions. Knife River.
No questions.
Sioux Valley doesn't have any questions, sorry.
East River.
No questions.
No questions.
No questions.
I think we'll take a lunch break now, and I just want to be clear, there has been no mandate that you guys come up with a protective order. We just want to give you the opportunity to do so and address that over lunch. Mr. Simter.
Would it be possible for us to do redirect before lunch, just to get it out of the way and to keep that here? I think there's quite a bit we need to clear up on the record a little bit in response to commissioners' questions, frankly.
Sure. You may proceed then.
Mr. Colbeck, you haven't testified in a while, have you? No, okay. No need to be nervous. But the commissioners said you are a man of your word, and I want to make sure that you are a man of your word. Just to be perfectly clear, there will be no contribution in aid of construction, correct?
That is correct.
And just to be perfectly clear, whenever you said that is handled by the contribution in aid, is that a misstatement? Is that just your nervousness? Can you help us explain why you keep on using the phrase?
So, in my mind, through my lens, contribution and aid takes care of the cost to serve that load. So when I say inside, that doesn't necessarily mean inside. That means that that's how it's going to get done.
Okay. So, but at the end of the day, just to be clear, there will be no contribution in aid of construction from Knife River to Xcel Energy.
That's correct.
And in light of that outcome, will Xcel Energy be funding the initial capital to build the 10 miles of 34.5 kV line and other infrastructure?
Yes.
And Xcel Energy believes that the revenue from Knife River will, you say, cost justify that investment. Is that your testimony?
That's correct, just like every other thing that we do.
And that revenue justification, that's provided for in your tariff, correct?
Correct.
So the math and the assumptions and the amount of years for payback that were raised by the commissioners, those are already an approved system in your existing electric rate book?
Correct. We're not doing anything special or outside of a tariff for this.
Okay. And do you recall if that's is that a 3-year payback period? Is that how revenue justification works?
I can't give you that off the top of my head.
Okay. Should I talk to Mr. Siliuson about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we also talked about capacity and the ability to serve, and Commissioner Fegan asked some questions with respect to, does Excel have the capacity or not? Right now, you've proposed for them a curtailable rate, correct? That's what Knife River's intending to take from Excel.
Yes,
You do have non-curtailable rate options available, correct?
correct.
And if they were to take a non-curtailable rate, is it your testimony that Xcel Energy has sufficient generation capacity to meet Knife River's needs, even if they weren't on a curtailable rate?
Absolutely. We have much more requests than 11 megawatts in our system right now.
Okay.
Requests for than 11 megawatts in our system in Sioux Falls right now.
I think that covers everything I wanted to get squared away.
All right, we'll take a recess for lunch now. We'll be back here at 1:15. Again, if the parties want to work out an NDA, go forth and do so and bring it to the commission. If not, we'll proceed with the next witness when we return at 1:15. Thank you.
And full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota Legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
It's now 1:15. We'll go back on the record. And did we need to discuss a protective order now, or are we going to wait on that?
We've reached a general understanding in principle with respect to using the information. So if it does come up again, we'll just ask that all the East River and Sioux Falls folks leave the room. But it's also my understanding that it may not come up again. So we'll just kind of leave it sit until it does.
All right. Thank you very much for the update, and we appreciate you guys working together over your lunch hour. Excel, you may call your next witness if you're ready.
Xcel Energy calls Brad Siljason, who will correct my pronunciation once he gets to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
And the pronunciation was perfect. Not very often. It is nice to see you in person, Commissioner Hanson.
Mr. Siljason, good afternoon. Can you state your name and occupation for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Brad Siljason, and I'm the Senior Distribution Engineer for Xcel Energy.
And Mr. Siljason, are you the same Brad Siljason who filed direct and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And if you were to provide that testimony again today, would you make any changes or corrections?
I would not.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
All right. Knife River, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Siljason, in your testimony, you state that there's no duplication of service by Xcel providing service to the new rock crushing plant. Could you expand on that? There would be no duplication of service by Xcel.
Based on the information that I have and our system and what our plan is, budgetary plan is to serve the load based on the information provided by Knife River, I do not believe there is any duplication of services.
And you probably heard me ask the same question to Mr. Colbeck, but Xcel, in your opinion, has sufficient resources and capacity to service this 11 megawatt load?
Yes, we do.
Nothing further.
Yes, thank you. If you could turn to your exhibit TS1, and I think that would be on the second page of that, please, sir.
I'm sorry, you said TS1?
I'm sorry, wrong one. Your BLS one. My apologies. Second page. And in your pre-filed testimony, you had indicated, and I think that starts at line 12 in your answer, where you indicate that the company would serve Knife River at their primary voltage service, and any distribution facilities beyond that point would be owned and operated by the customer. I'm not asking you what the numbers are, but could you advise the commission as to what those distribution facilities entail? Not asking for your number, just asking what the infrastructure is.
After the primary service interconnection point and the meter, it is up to the customer to provide those facilities that they need. Xcel will not be advising or doing anything on the customer side of the meter with respect to what they choose to do with that service once it's taken from them.
Okay.
After the interconnection point.
So if I understand that correctly, Excel's hands-off when it comes to the distribution facilities beyond that point.
Correct. Those distribution facilities are owned and operated by the customer.
Okay. And they're the customer's responsibility for paying for the construction and maintenance of those facilities.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
East River?
Thank you. Mr. Sillison, can you turn to Exhibit SS3?
I'm sorry, can you reference?
It would be East River Exhibit SS3. It's specifically data request number 3-4. There you go, thanks. This was one of our last data request questions following up on the Excel rate that was being proposed to Knife River. And I believe your response here that Excel has not discussed what the final rate structure would be for this facility. Is that still the Excel's answer today?
To my knowledge, yes.
And further on down there, it says the determination would happen after the plant is operational and Excel has served the load and has had further discussions. Approximately how long do you think Excel would serve the load until you determine the ultimate rate? Do you have an idea?
I don't. That is out of my purview. So anything from a regulatory rate structure perspective would come from our regulatory side of the world. My responsibility was to make sure that technically we could get the electrons where they need to be used.
And so, and forgive me if this is outside of your purview, but with respect to not having the final rate, is it Excel's position that it would still be the E20P controlled rate, or would it be some other rate potentially?
I will give you my opinion.
Okay.
What typically happens in these situations with new customers, until we know we have the right to serve the customer, it's pretty hard for us to talk about contracts, what that rate structure might look like. Those are conversations that will happen between the regulated side of the business and the customer to determine what is the best for the customer and at what options they have. There are multiple options they would have based on the service they're asking us for. And that would be a conversation would have to happen after it's determined that we can serve the customer.
No further questions. Thanks.
You bet.
No questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Welcome. We're glad you're here today.
Commissioner, it's nice to see you.
So, did you hear Mr. Kobach talk about reliability and how this will impact other customers on reliability?
I did.
Help me understand this 10-mile line. It's a direct line to the service of this rock crushing operation, correct?
Correct.
So how does that help with reliability? Because there's no redundancy. It doesn't go anywhere else. Help me understand that.
So the plan is based on the information that we've received. And because we don't know whether we can serve the customer yet, there's still some details to be worked out. But the bottom line is I needed to determine, one, could we serve? Do we have the ability? Do we have the capacity to serve? And the answer is yes. Two, is there a reasonable way for us to get there that does a couple different things? One, make sure that it doesn't degrade the reliability of the rest of the customers, right? So are we having a positive impact on the rest of the customers? Two, fiscally, is it the right thing to do, right? Does it make sense what the plan is so that we're doing both of those two things? And I think based on the plan that we have, I think the answer to both those questions is yes. It allows us, for example, to take a portion of our distribution system, which is currently aged, and that's how I'll put it, if you will. We will have to rebuild a considerable amount of an existing circuit out of our Lawrence substation. I think Commissioner Nelson, you asked about that map and how it plays. I'm assuming there's a follow-up question for me coming on that. But a majority of this circuit will get reworked, is a good way to put it. So we've got to move some facilities. Yes, there is some new infrastructure that needs to get built that allows us to get to the front door from a customer perspective. But in reality, other than the last, I'm going to say 2 miles approximately, it is all existing service territory where we have existing facilities that will be, for the most part, upgraded to today's standards, new infrastructure in some cases. So all those things, I feel, will give us an opportunity to be more flexible for how we operate that system, because this is out at the edge of our system, right? So this is the end. Obviously, we're talking about going out of our service territory to serve Knife River. So by reworking this circuit, if you will, it allows us to do some upgrading, so get newer, get more resiliency in the system. We always talk about resiliency now, especially from a storm standpoint. And we do some things today that are more resilient from a build than we did 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. So I think all of those things are what Steve was talking about when we believe that it can only help from a reliability perspective. And the reliability, frankly, and I think that question got asked earlier, I can't remember if it was Commissioner Hanson or Nelson, our reliability out of our Lawrence substations, which is where this feed will come, is historically very good. At or below the level we are from a state perspective, if you look at the state as a whole, and certainly better than our neighbors.
So that 8 miles and 2 miles, was that in your testimony? Did I just miss that? Because I thought in my brain, I assumed that it was 10 brand new miles. But what you're telling me, the first 8 miles is just a little bit of a rebuild.
Well, it's a combination of both. I think the 10 miles came into that it takes us 10 miles of infrastructure to get to them, but we found a way to use existing infrastructure to do that because we have the capacity to serve.
Was that in your testimony at all or your documents?
I would have to go back and look, but I don't think that level of detail was in there.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You also talked about additional capacity and that you have that. I'm going to go back to your accredited capacity and your planning reserve margin. Because this is an interruptible load, there is no additional planning reserve margin needed.
No, we have existing capacity.
When you say existing capacity, existing accredited capacity?
We have existing capacity on our distribution circuit that we are planning to feed from them. We have the ability to take on that kind of load. And not only from that circuit perspective, but you got to look at it at a little wider lens than that, if you will, because we have multiple circuits fed out of that substation, specifically that transformer at that substation, and we have to make sure that we can do our due diligence to make sure that all of those help cover each other for loss of service, if you will. So it's more than just can the existing wire outside their doorstep handle it. We have to look at it a little deeper than that to make sure, again, to the point I made earlier, that we're not degrading service to the rest of our customers.
So if you have to serve this 11 megawatts or 13 megawatts or whatever it is now, you don't have to have additional planning reserve margin on top of that because it's an interruptible load. So you don't have to have 13 or 15 or, I don't know, 20% or 10% or.
We would have the capacity whether they're interruptible or not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to Exhibit JR-7 that I was visiting with Mr. Colbeck about. And this is Mr. Colbeck's responses to staff data request 1-2. And maybe I'm more confused now than I was even before, given some of Commissioner Fegan's questions. So in this, Mr. Colbeck specifically said, Xcel Energy would construct 10 miles of 34.5 kV of transmission level infrastructure along the mapped route provided in attachment A. And what I'm now hearing from you is we're not talking about a 10-mile build, but we're talking about rehabbing 8 miles and then 2 miles of build. Help me understand what Mr. Colbeck is telling us versus what you're telling us.
So it is distribution infrastructure that we're talking about, okay?
Okay, but this says transmission.
I understand that.
Okay.
And it is distribution. Anything you need to add before I go forward? Okay. So when we were first contacted, or when I was first contacted from a capacity and a planning perspective, right, because that's really what we're talking about when we talk about specifically significant loads like this, you know, anything greater than 5, probably you need to have a greater conversation about how that affects the system than just poles and wires outside their doorstep. So when we first looked at this, we wanted to make sure that we were going to have everything they needed, right? And there was a couple different ways to do that. And when we take another look at it, there's the ability for us to use an existing circuit, right? So it is a combination of both, Commissioner Nelson. It is reworking the front part of this 34.5 distribution circuit out of Lawrence, okay? And then some of it is total rebuild. That is true. But it's a combination of both that allows us to get to the doorstep for them with the capacity they need out of Lawrence on this 34.5 distribution circuit.
Thank you. And so is part of that existing circuit that will end up in this 10 miles, is part of that 34.5 now?
It is, correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How much of that 10 miles?
Well, most of it is actually all rated for 34.5 kV. We are operating it at 15 kV in some instances. Now, we've got to move some step downs, and if I'm getting too far in the weeds here,
you're
please
fine.
let me know. So we're going to have to move some step downs to handle some of the load that peels off as we get there. But we want to make sure that we can get the 34.5 all the way to Knife River, because we believe that's the best way to serve them.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. Now going back to the question that I was going to start with. In JR-7, we've got a map that was provided by Xcel.
Yep.
And near as I can tell, this has got about 3.5 or 4 miles worth of line on it. Do we have anything in evidence that shows us where this 10-mile route is?
And so this is the back end of it. This is meant to depict our service territory versus, for the most part, Sioux Valley's. And then where these two intersection points meet is really then that new line that we will have to get built to get to them. And then what you don't see is down on the lower bottom left corner is where our distribution circuit goes back to Lawrence, which is on Rice Street. To give you a reference, where the ski slope is in Sioux Falls on Rice Street, if you're familiar with where that is.
Yes.
So the substation we're talking about is right across the road, essentially, from Great Bear Ski.
Okay, well, I would have driven by it yesterday then, if that's where it's at.
Right around the corner from Angus Hansen. Yep.
Okay, but going back to my question, we don't have that map or that picture anywhere in evidence, correct?
You don't know.
I think that's all the questions I've got. Thank you.
Any further commissioner or advisor questions? Recross based upon commissioner questions only. Knife River.
None for me, thank you.
Sioux Valley doesn't have any questions, thank you.
Thank you. You responded that you had plenty of capacity at that area to serve this load and even load greater than 11 megawatts. What is your power capacity in that location?
I don't have that information at my fingertips. I can't answer that question.
Can you give me a ballpark?
I would rather not do that.
Further questions?
No questions, thank you.
Is the projected cost of the rebuild and dedicated line to Knife River justified due to the new revenues from the customer? Or is it, or just the approximately 2 miles revenue justified?
I believe the entire plan is revenue justified.
Anything further, Ms. First?
Sorry, no further questions.
All right, we will go back to Excel for redirect.
3 points, Mr. Sillison. Number one, would you be willing to provide as a late filed exhibit a map showing all 10 miles of the route?
100%, yes.
We would offer that in at the appropriate time.
Is there any objection, or would you like to take a look at it first?
Sioux Valley would like to see it first before it makes a determination as to whether or not it objects.
Okay,
No problem.
thank you. Do you want to try to produce that maybe for tomorrow, and we can address that first thing?
We'll see what we can do as soon as we get a break to talk.
All right, thank you. Anything further from Excel?
Two more items. You had a conversation with Commissioner Fegan and with counsel for Sioux Valley about capacity. And I want to just make sure we're all capturing the same thing. If I heard you correctly, there's the capacity of the distribution system to provide service, then there's capacity of the generation system to be able to provide sufficient capacity and energy to meet the load needs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your testimony that the company can meet both needs?
Based on this customer, yes.
Okay, and that would be true at an interruptible rate or a non-interruptible rate?
Correct.
Okay. You also talked about, you answered staff's question with respect to cost justification. Is the fact that the upgrades to the existing system are a part of the revenue justified plan where Excel is claiming that there are additional reliability benefits for customers in the area?
I don't understand the question. Can you ask it again, please?
You testified that there's existing infrastructure in the area, correct?
Correct.
And as part of serving Knife River, some of that existing infrastructure is going to be upgraded?
Correct.
Is that upgrading of facilities essentially on a based on new revenue, cost justified, where the reliability benefits are coming?
In theory, yes.
Okay. And there would be no plans to upgrade those portions of the system without serving this new customer at this time, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The last is, from a safety perspective, Excel, you manage quite large distribution systems all over an 8-state system, correct?
Correct.
And do you have procedures and manuals that you have to follow when you're out in the field?
Correct.
And that would include identifying not only your infrastructure, but also those of third parties?
Yes.
And that would include if you're pole sharing, or it would include if facilities are, I don't know, 150 feet, 200 feet away from your existing facilities?
Correct.
And so you don't have any concerns with respect to any of Excel's infrastructure being near any third-party infrastructure here?
Absolutely not.
There's no real material safety concern from where you're sitting?
From my perspective, absolutely not. We have trained, qualified linemen who know what's ours, and I will not speak for Sioux Valley, but I happen to know some of them, and I believe they would be the exact same situation.
And there was some discussion with respect to distribution facilities on the customer side. Those aren't part of the distribution system, correct?
They are not. That would be customer-owned equipment and facilities.
And that demarcation is between the company's facilities and the customer facilities?
Correct,
That's
at the point of interconnection, yes.
And the fact that anything on the customer side is their responsibility is?
And the fact that what?
Anything on the customer side is their responsibility? That's provided for in tariff, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, nothing further.
If I might, are you planning to be here tomorrow?
If you need me to be, yes, sir.
I won't know until I see the exhibit, and I apologize for that. I guess it's your call.
If I could get a 3-minute break to confer with Mr. Sillison, I think that would be helpful to see if we can get somebody back at the home office working on the exhibit right now. Steve's already taken care of it. So we should get an answer for you sooner rather than later on timing.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Sounds like you should remain under oath, just in case. All right. Excel, does that conclude your case in chief?
That concludes our case in chief.
All right, we will turn next to Sioux Valley.
Thank you. Sioux Valley will call Ted Smith to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Smith, could you introduce yourself to the commission, please?
Yes, my name is Ted Smith, and I am an electrical engineer, currently the Vice President of Engineering and Operations at Sioux Valley Energy.
Okay. And how long have you served in that capacity?
Be almost 20 years.
And could you just briefly describe what your title encompasses in terms of working for Sioux Valley Energy?
Yes, sir. My title is encompasses the responsibility for all engineering and operations at the cooperative, and which includes our line crews, our engineering personnel, our dispatch, 24/7 dispatch. That all falls within my area of responsibility.
Okay. Now, because our exhibits TS6 and TS7, which are a public version and a confidential version of your pre-filed testimony, and TS8 were not stipulated to, are you the same Ted Smith that presented that pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
And if you were to testify to the same questions that you filed that pre-testimony regarding, would any of those answers change at all?
No, they would not.
Okay. I would offer those 3 exhibits. Sioux Valley is perfectly fine with the commission, and the rest of the audience viewing its confidential submission, and I'd offer those into exhibits into the record.
Camp, you stated you have an objection?
Yeah, just generally and for the record, I'd object to page 11, and it's lines 260 to 318. The improvements,
Can you tell us which one we're looking at?
I'm sorry, to 318,
That's the confidential one.
non-confidential, sorry.
Are we looking, no, I must have the wrong exhibit. TS7, is that what you're looking at?
I don't have it.
Yes, I would assume that's his direct. This is from the public document, starting with line 260.
All right.
The objection is based on SDCL 4934A-56 sub 3, is an analysis of the development of the utility, and I'll look at the code, seeking to provide the electrical services. This is not an exercise by this commission in this docket to examine the request of Sioux Valley to provide the service. The only utility here requesting service to be provided is Excel. And so such testimony is irrelevant, and for that basis, it's object to.
Sioux Valley, I am going to ask for your response on this.
So my response is, since Mr. Meyer's testimony delved deeply into making business decisions and that he had solicited the best option from Sioux Valley, I think that this is relevant evidence to rebut that testimony.
And we're looking at 260 through what? Mr. Van Camp, lines 260 through
318.
318. I guess, subject to the commission's oversight of my ruling, I would overrule that objection based upon the arguments raised by Sioux Valley, as well as the factors listed in sub 6 of 4934A-56, which allows the commission to consider all pertinent factors, and the parties can certainly brief the weight it should be given and whether or not it's pertinent. Is that the only objection you had to TS7?
Yes, that's the only objection.
Okay. So I will overrule the objection and admit TS7. And do we need to deal with 6 and 8 too at this time, or are you objecting separately?
Thank you. No examining officer. I would just ask for a standing objection as it relates to those two as well.
So noted, and they will be admitted based upon that same ruling. You may proceed.
So, Mr. Smith, is in your role with Sioux Valley Energy, were you privy to the negotiations with Knife River regarding the proposal of their quartzite mining operation? Okay. And as part of that conversation, can you explain to the commission how Sioux Valley went about coming up with its initial proposal?
Absolutely. We were contacted by Knife River. They told us, you know, the 11 to 13 megawatts of load, and we talked with East River Electric, who is our power transmission and substation supplier. We had options, but we made the decision to offer what our typical response would be for a 11 megawatt load. Our typically response for that, like at an ethanol plant, very similar sized, would be to build a substation on site and provide the service from that. That is the most reliable system that we thought we could do. We have an alternate feed out of an existing substation, but we are concerned about some of the reliability because the number of circuits that will be crossing public property, and they are, you know, always susceptible to damage, dig-ins, that kind of things. People will, you know, just, it'll damage them and it'll cause reliability concerns. So that's the reason we tried to make what we thought was the most reliable system and what is typically requested by large loads like that. We did that. We worked with East River and we sent that proposal to Knife River.
Can you break down, aside from reliability, for the commission some of the considerations, goals, or I'll call them equities, that go into coming up with a proposal like that for a large load customer?
Yes, we do that, and we separate the facilities required to serve a large load customer to ensure that the large load customer pays their part of the facilities that are dedicated to them. We don't want, two things we really try to do there. We do not want the large load customer to subsidize our other, you know, residential, farm and rural residential members, and we also don't want our existing other members to subsidize our large load member. So we're trying to separate this and do it in a organized fashion that there's no there's as little cross subsidization as possible. Saying no cross subsidization is, you know, very, very tough, but as little as possible, and knowing what the costs are in addition to doing a reliable system. And then we also proposed firm power. We did not propose any interruptible power. We were never asked about that. We assumed reliability.
So I'm going to jump around a little bit.
Okay.
So let's go back to the firm power portion of it. So what sort of specs did Knife River provide to Sioux Valley for coming up with this initial proposal?
They gave us a list of their motor loads and where they were located, and what their different service sizes were going to be. So we looked at that. We came up with, I believe, 9 transformers at different locations. That amount of load, and our system is 12,470 volts. We don't have a 34.5 system. And so it would take 2 circuits to supply the 11 megawatts of our system to do that. And so we looked at doing 2 circuits, switch gear to switch between them, to provide some redundancy if something did happen to one, and maybe not be able to carry the whole load, but we could carry a lot of it. And then the substation transformers, or not substation, the distribution transformers, our proposal included on-site distribution and the transformers. That Knife River would just take the service from the secondary side of the transformers.
Okay. And so part of what this discussion has been here today, and some of the testimony, has to do with the contribution and aid of construction component of it. And can you explain to the commission how that functions from the perspective of Sioux Valley Energy? How does that work for a large load customer like Knife River?
For Knife River, we came up with our cost and the East River cost, and we sent them and said, this is the approximately $5 million that Clark has talked about numerous times here today. So that is if they were going to pay all of it up front. We also would have talked to them about doing, it over time through a monthly fixed charge or something like that, paying it back over 12 to 15 years, somewhere in that area. We just never got the chance to have that discussion.
And we'll get to that.
Okay.
Can you explain for the commission, once that on-site distribution network is built, and there's options for how that can be funded, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. What's Sioux Valley's responsibility for those facilities?
Sioux Valley would do all maintenance and be responsible for all of the on-site distribution to the secondary side of the transformers.
Okay. And so after this initial proposal, if you had to estimate, how many opportunities did you have to visit with Knife River about an alternate plan?
We did not get a chance to visit with them about an alternate plan.
Before the petition was filed, is
Correct.
that correct? And you had an opportunity to visit or hear Mr. Meyer testify here today, correct? Yes. And if you knew then what Mr. Meyer testified here today, would your proposal change at all?
Yes, it would.
And how so?
We would feed 2 circuits from an existing substation. They have proven that they're okay with a fairly, lengthy radial feed to feed their plant. We did not know that, but we would do from an existing substation, which is approximately 1.5 miles away, a little under 1.5 miles, and we would end up bringing 2 feeders out of an existing East River Electric substation that's in Corson to supply power to the plant. Would not need a new substation, would not need new transmission facilities.
So is it fair to say that another proposal, if you knew everything that you needed to know, would be materially different than it was back when you gave it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you turn to TS5, please? And could you describe for the commission what comprises Exhibit TS5?
The slash purple lines, dotted purple lines, that is Sioux Valley Energy's underground electric distribution. There's a red line along the top on 259th Street. That's an overhead single-phase line.
I'm going to interrupt you just a second. Did you?
At some point, we will object as asked and answered, because you're just regurgitating your direct testimony. It's okay to kind of address some of the issues that have come up, but we all filed direct testimony and stood by our direct case.
Okay. You said at some point you'll object, but you're
I'm
not right
objecting now then.
I'm going to overrule it for now, but with the note that it is in evidence, it's been admitted, so we don't need to go too deep into your direct testimony.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm actually going somewhere with this. So if you'd look at the yellow part of the exhibit, what is that?
The yellow part of the exhibit is what what Knife River shared with us. as what their plan was at the time. And so we overlaid that on our distribution system, so we could, overlay it with our existing distribution and to make a plan for what we needed to do.
Now I'd like you to turn to CM2, please. What do you understand the yellow lines that are in CM2 to be comprised of?
The yellow lines are that encompasses a polygon that encompasses the new facilities that's going to be built by the expansion of the plant that's going to be built by Knife River.
Did you hear the testimony of the prior witness regarding his opinion as to any sort of safety concerns?
Yes.
If there were intermingling? And based on your training and experience, if you were to compare TS5 to CM2, do you have any concerns in terms of safety?
I do. And my concerns does not lie with the Excel. I don't have the right file. My concerns does not relate to the Excel Energy 34.5 equipment. My concerns relate to the on-site distribution. By looking at the TS, what was that, 5, there's on-site distribution going to be throughout this property and going to be required because there's load north and load south of it. At some point, they're going to need to cross the Sioux Valley Energy lines. And having two different voltage systems in close proximity to one another, I would assume that would be that's a very big safety concern for our crews, absolutely, on the same site.
Very good, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, there's been some testimony already today on the peak demand of the existing sand plant, and that's referenced in your pre-filed testimony. Would you agree that it's less than 2 megawatts right now?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And there's testimony in your filing that this is, the service provided to the sand plant right now is not dedicated, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Your initial proposal, you said that was the one shot you got here before the other meetings that you've had with Clark and other members of Knife River, that proposal was for a dedicated facility, is that right?
That is correct.
And did you ever reference in those meetings that you would be able to service other customers of Sioux Valley out of the substation built on my client's property?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your pre-filed testimony, you speak about other options through the Corson substation. And so your testimony is you didn't share those with Knife River until they saw your testimony here or heard you say it today?
That's correct.
Okay. In the meeting you had with Clark, your general manager, that was, I think, March 4th or 5th, well, first of all, do you recall that meeting?
I do.
And did you ask my client to withdraw his petition before this commission that we're talking about, or that we're dealing with here today?
Yes.
And did you tell him at that point that there would be another option available for them that would be more financially advantageous to them?
I don't remember what we all said in that area.
Well, what do you remember that you said in that area?
Well, I remembered that if he pulled his filing from the PUC, that we would have other alternatives we'd be willing to talk about. I don't remember if we said it was financially advantageous or not.
Did you ask him to sign an NDA at that meeting?
We did not.
Had you asked him to sign one earlier?
No, we asked him to sign one after that.
After the meeting when you didn't give him any information?
We asked him to sign an NDA after the meeting where we didn't give him the information and told him we would share the information with him if he signed the NDA and did not pull the filing from the PUC.
Okay, but, or the court reporter could read it back, but I think I asked you if you gave him an alternative proposal at that meeting, and I thought the testimony was that you didn't.
We did not.
I'm generally confused, but I'll move on. You admit that Sioux Valley can't serve the load of this new rock crushing plant today, can you?
We can serve it.
Without building additional facilities?
Oh, no, not without building additional facilities.
You state in your pre-filed testimony, and I'll point you to line 233, that the quartzite and sand deposits are adjacent to each other. Let's look at, I believe it's Clark's pre-filed 5. Oh, I'm sorry, it would be pre-filed 3.
Okay?
Your testimony, you state that the quartzite and sand deposits are adjacent to each other. The gap there, when you say adjacent, do you just mean the footprint of all the property owned by Knife River?
Yes.
Okay. But you'll agree, looking at the map, that they're not immediately adjacent. Is that fair?
The quartzite deposit is not immediately adjacent.
Okay. Do you have any dispute that the electrical demand of the new plant is in excess of 2 megawatts?
I do not.
Okay. East River claims in their pre-filed testimony, and I'm sure we'll get to that in a bit, that the plant doesn't meet the 2 megawatt threshold under the statute relevant here. Do you disagree with that?
Well, that depends on which plant you're talking about.
The new rock crushing
The
facility?
new plant, we, from our understanding, meets the 2 megawatt threshold.
Okay, thank you. On the outside, you're concerned about the safety in the on-site distribution system. Are you aware of Knife River's other operations in the region of a similar nature to this proposed plant?
Not specifically.
Are you aware of any safety concerns or safety violations at any of Knife River's other operations in the region?
No.
Okay. Nothing further at this time.
Sure, just a few questions. East River's a cooperative, correct?
Yes.
And you guys have a cooperative business model?
We are a cooperative also, yes.
Yes, and you believe in the principles of cooperative electric service?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And would it be fair to say that cooperatives have a different business model than investor-owned utilities?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
Okay, hang on one moment. Would it be fair to say that cooperatives have a different, did you say business model?
Business model, investor-owned utilities.
And the answer?
Yes.
And part of that is to avoid cross-subsidization amongst your members?
Correct.
Correct. And in addition, East River does not have a 34.5 kV system, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So you'd have to serve this with your existing 12.5 kV system?
That would be one option, or a new substation then served with our 12.5 kV substation.
Okay.
For distribution.
But at the end of the day, it'll be a 12.5 kV service?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so the other thing I heard you testify was Knife River gave you their motor loads and their general net load for you to develop your proposal, correct?
Correct.
And then based on the information they gave you, I believe you used the word assumed at least 3 times with respect to the fills in the blanks you created to create your proposal. Is that a fair characterization?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. And then you gave them your proposal.
Yes.
And your proposal, in your opinion, would be consistent with cooperative principles of non-subsidization?
Correct.
So at the end of the day, you gave them a proposal that you thought, that made assumptions about how you thought they wanted to serve their load, and was it developed to ensure that it met your particular business model. Is that a fair characterization of your proposal?
Fair.
Okay. And Excel provided them a different proposal based on their tariff, right? I mean, I think you've heard Mr. Colbeck and Mr. Silsian testify that everything they've done with respect to the service was pursuant to their commission-approved tariff.
Yes.
And so, isn't that just the difference of business models created different proposals, and Knife River chose one over the other?
Well, I think the proposals are apples and oranges. They're different.
They're different, that's right. And that's why, would that be fair to say that one of the criteria here is what does the customer prefer, because they have to choose between apples or oranges?
Well, I think the unfairness in it is that the proposals were not equivalent. And we were never allowed the opportunity to give a proposal that was equivalent to Excel's.
Where does your, where are you required to be provided such an opportunity? I mean, you made a bid, your bid was unaccepted, your bid was consistent with your business proposals. Why should you get another bite at the apple? Or the orange?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you made certain assumptions. Was it possible for you to ask questions of Knife River rather than making those assumptions?
Yes, we could have asked questions.
And would it have been possible for you to present, I think there's at least 3 separate options in your direct testimony. Would it have been possible for you to present those to Knife River?
Yes, we could have.
Okay, but you chose not to?
We chose not to.
Okay, just making sure that that's
Yeah.
the case. Let's talk about safety for a moment. You've testified in your direct testimony, in your written direct testimony, that you have concerns about the intermingling of Sioux Valley's and Excel's system. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've also now testified, in addition to that, that you have concerns about Sioux Valley's system intermingling with the customer's equipment?
Well, the concerns I had in my direct testimony assume that Excel provided the same service that Sioux Valley did, which provided the on-site distribution and the transformers. We have since found out that isn't true. So my concerns aren't with Excel's, the safety with Excel's equipment now. It's more concerns with the on-site plant equipment intermingling with the Sioux Valley Energy current system.
So what you're essentially, if I'm hearing you right, would it be fair to characterize your concerns as essentially there has to be some kind of electric facilities on site in order to get the power from the meter to the motors, and you're concerned about those interfering with your existing facilities?
Yes.
Okay. And your solution to that problem is to serve them at a lower voltage, essentially, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't believe let me think for a second. Is that your general engineering solution for all your larger customers?
We serve that is our current voltage for our entire system.
For your entire system. So you
Yes.
serve no customers at primary voltage?
At 12,470 we do.
At 12.4, but not at 34.5?
No, not at 34.5.
No, not at 34.5.
No.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So the question was, so you serve no customers at, and then you said at 12:45?
12,470. 12,470.
Yes, I've got that. And then I don't know what happened.
Oh, that's fine. But you don't serve any customers at 34.5?
No, we do not.
You do not. And would there ever be a reason for a customer to prefer to get 34.5 service and step it down and serve their motors separately themselves?
Maybe. I don't know.
But we don't know. Okay. That would be part of how a customer would evaluate different proposals, though.
Maybe.
Okay. Nothing further.
East River?
Thank you. Mr. Smith, as part of your proposal preparation and thereafter, did you communicate with East River, Sioux Valley's rate that it would potentially propose to Knife River?
Yes.
And after that initial proposal, did Sioux Valley communicate with East River about a new rate proposal based on new information concerning the load?
No.
Is it routine for Sioux Valley and East River to discuss proposed rates with new loads, realizing that the rates would be subject to board approval, but are most likely the rates that would be suggested to board approval and most likely the ultimate rate
Yes.
offered to the consumer?
Yes, absolutely.
No further questions.
No questions, thank you.
Good afternoon. You have stated that you do not believe that this is a new customer, correct?
That is correct.
The location of the proposed rock crushing plant has been described in CM3, which is currently up. Does Sioux Valley currently serve any customer at this location?
Yes.
The location of the Cortez rock crushing plant, you have.
No. With services at the sand washing plant.
But not at the rock crushing plant, correct?
Correct.
Do you believe that the rock crushing plant is used for the same purpose as the sand washing plant?
I don't know.
You also stated in your testimony that you believe that there is a difference between Knife River's conditional use permit application and the application for the large load exception in 4934A56, correct?
Yes.
That in their conditional use permit application, Knife River classifies the rock crushing plant as an expansion, correct?
That is correct.
And you believe that the label of expansion in the conditional use permit disqualifies them for the label of new customer at a new location in this proceeding?
Yes.
In your experience, is a county-issued conditional use permit subject to the same criteria and standards found in South Dakota 4934A56?
I don't know that answer to that.
Do you believe, does the South Dakota PUC commission issue the conditional use permit?
No.
Do they have input into whether it's approved?
I don't believe so, but I don't know that either.
Do you believe that this process is with two different governing bodies?
Yes.
Does Sioux Valley provide any electricity to the rock quarry?
No.
Does Sioux Valley provide any infrastructure to the rock quarry?
No.
Does it matter for purposes of South Dakota Codified Law 4934A56 that it may be considered an expansion of the rock quarry when Sioux Valley provides no infrastructure or electricity to the rock quarry?
I don't understand exactly what you're asking.
Okay, so for the basis of the large load statute, does it matter that it could be considered, or that that Knife River has said that this is an expansion of the rock quarry when you provide no infrastructure or electricity to the rock quarry?
Oh, I think it does, because it's an expansion of the existing site.
Okay. Do you dispute that the rock crushing plant is located outside of the municipalities?
No.
Do you dispute that Excel has adequate power to supply the service to the rock crushing plant?
I would not know the answer to that. No, I don't dispute it if they say they do.
You testified earlier that you cannot say with 100% certainty that no cross-subsidization would occur, correct?
That's correct.
How would the costs for the initial build-out be covered if Knife River chose to pay overtime for the build-out?
It would be through a monthly fixed charge.
Does Sioux Valley have the capital to fund the initial build-out cost?
Yes, they do.
Would any of the initial costs be subsidized by Sioux Valley's customers?
No.
If Knife River's project were to cease operation in year 3, would the remaining unrecovered infrastructure costs become the responsibility of Sioux Valley's other members?
It would not. The electric service agreement would address any unrealized capital costs that aren't paid for over the fixed charge.
Okay. You also state in your testimony that this build-out will provide no improvements to the overall Sioux Valley distribution system, correct?
That is correct.
So does this mean that Sioux Valley's members could be responsible for a build-out to Knife River for infrastructure that will provide no improvement to the overall Sioux Valley distribution system?
No, it would not be the other members.
But you stated earlier that it would not be, that you cannot say for 100% certainty that it would not be cross-subsidized.
Yeah. We would work very hard to minimize any any cross-subsidization. But for somebody to say with 100% certainty that there'll never, ever be any cross-subsidization, I think that's a false statement.
So they could be so your members could be responsible for a build-out that would provide no
It would be
improvement.
a very small percentage of cross-subsidization could go to the other members, depending on how rates worked over time.
Okay. So now I'll talk about safety a little bit. You're worried about the crossing and intermingling of facilities. You stated that your electricians may not be qualified as a line crew to be working with the different voltages.
Well, we don't normally work with 34.5 kV, but the fact if there's two different systems in the same area, in the same ground, would be just a potential for confusion to happen.
Do you have, or I should say, does Sioux Valley have the ability to hire qualified electricians trained in those high voltages or line crew?
We could.
Is there training that you could provide to your staff in order to prepare them to work in that environment?
We could.
Will these lines that you are concerned with need to be registered with 811?
I don't know the answer to that.
If they are and you were required to call before you dug, would that mitigate your safety concerns?
That would help.
Does Sioux Valley currently operate safely in any areas where other underground facilities such as gas, water, or telecommunications are marked and located via the 811 system?
Yes.
Do any of Sioux Valley's basins and East River's lines intermingle or cross?
Yes.
Has that presented any safety issues?
No.
On Sioux Valley's system, are there any customer-owned lines that cross Sioux Valley's lines?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, we will turn to commissioner questions, starting with Commissioner Hanson.
Afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I had a number of questions, and I think they've all been answered, but one of them I just going to perhaps take a little bit of a nuance with, and you were just being asked some questions pertaining to the high voltage lines crossing, and when you
Yes.
were testifying, I believe you said, well, you intimated that it was going to be dangerous, but I believe you said something along the line that that would concern us or something of that nature. And just now you said something along the line of, I think you said something about confusion, that might create some confusion or something of that nature. And are you aware of other areas? Certainly in the United States, there must be dozens of situations where high voltage lines cross each other.
Absolutely.
Is that a relatively safe practice?
Typically.
All right. So there, I won't rub it in anymore. I think it's I think it's clarified well enough.
Okay.
Just a real curiosity. I know you're an engineer and have done quite a bit of research on this. Has there been any point in which you could say that if Sioux Valley built this project, that Sioux Valley would decrease the costs to their, the cost of electricity to their other customers?
No, we would not.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've talked about a couple of different possible configurations for serving this site, and the one that I want to focus on is, I think, your first configuration, and that would be building a substation at their location and bringing a 115 line into that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The transformer there would then, is this correct, step down to 12,475, 470?
That's correct.
And those lines would then go throughout their facility to a second transformer? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so when you kept referring to the secondary side of the transformer, it was that second transformer you were referring to?
Yes, sir. That's the secondary side of Sioux Valley's transformer. The secondary side of East River's substation transformer is the 12470.
Thank you. That's what I wasn't understanding, is that one of these is East Rivers
Yes.
and one of these is
Yes,
yours,
sir.
and that's where my confusion was. Thank you. That's all the questions I've got.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I want to go to the CUP, because I certainly looked at this, re-looked at it, looked at it again. So the parcel size is 262.
Where are you talking about?
I'm on Exhibit TS-4.
Okay. Oh, conditional use permit. Okay, all right.
Sorry,
That's okay.
we get into
I'm a li-
acronyms at the PUC, Public Utilities Commission.
Yeah, I got that one.
And
I'm a
then I
little
get
dense at times, but I got that one.
So the parcel size you have is 260, or they have is 262.
Correct.
What do you think that 262 means? What does that represent, do you think?
Well, I believe that includes the quartzite mine, the quartzite quarry, the rock crushing quartzite, and the sand plant and the sand mining. That's my assumption, but that's an assumption. I don't know that for sure.
Or it possibly could just be the rock crushing area. We don't know, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. I know you're not a regulated utility,
Yes.
but Excel has to adhere to the rules and the laws that we have on our books.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Administrative Rule 20-10-17-01 billing basis? And it talks about, and of course I have it up here somewhere.
I am not familiar with that. I am sorry.
That's okay. I'll read it to you.
Okay.
I'm switching though, because when I printed it off, I lost some of the words. The last sentence of that is if a customer is eligible to receive service under more than one rate, the utility, upon notice of this fact, shall advise the customer of all alternatives. So if Xcel Energy has to adhere to our rules, which this is one of them, because I first thought, oh man, it's apples to oranges, right? And you heard me say that this morning.
Yes.
But the more I look at it, they have to adhere to our rules. Do you guys look at our rules sometimes and adhere to kind of what we're doing on investor-owned utilities? Because by rule, they have to give all alternatives to the customer.
And we normally don't do that.
Okay.
We normally talk about it. We send the proposal and then we talk about it after the fact. If there are other alternatives, we never got that opportunity here.
So you would agree Xcel lives under a different regulatory environment?
Oh,
and
absolutely.
They have to adhere to our rules?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further commissioner questions or advisor? All right.
Ted, I've got to ask you the obvious follow-up question to where Commissioner Fegan was going, and that is, sitting here today, do you think Sioux Valley would have been better served if you had followed the rule that every IOU has to and provide all those rates?
Absolutely. Hindsight's 20/20. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Recross based upon commissioner questions. Knife River.
I have no questions.
Nothing further.
East River.
Nothing further.
Basin.
Nothing, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Smith, you had testified a little earlier about, on your cross or being crossed, about the meeting with Mr. Meyer. To your knowledge, was that a meeting that was asked for by Sioux Valley Energy or Mr. Meyer?
To my knowledge, that was asked for by Sioux Valley Energy.
Okay. We've talked a little bit about the conditional use permit. And if you look at TS 14, which has been stipulated to, that is the entire conditional use permit. And if, I'll let everyone get there, if you go to the very end, which is page 565.
I'm going to stop you a second. I think you said TS 14. I think you had the wrong exhibit number, maybe?
I don't think so.
Is it TS 14?
TS 14 was a response to our joint data request, which
apologize.
contains the entire conditional use permit.
Could you repeat that page number, please?
565. There has been, and this is, again, part of Knife River's submission or response to the joint data request from Sioux Valley Energy, East River, and Basin. And this is one of the documents that was presented to us. There's been some talk in terms about whether or not this is a completely separate location. This is part of the water permit application on behalf of Knife River. If you look between what we've been talking about in terms of the sand washing facility and now the quartzite facility, what's that thing that separates the two?
Looks like a road on here.
Those are all the questions I have.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Sioux Valley, do you have any further witnesses?
No, I don't.
We will turn to East River. Did we need?
What- One administrative point? We've provided a copy of the map to council, so if council wants to take a quick look and let us know if that's okay, then we can get that entered in, just so we have that available for additional cross. The one request we make is that we provided you it has a bunch of our infrastructure on it, so just in the interest of expediting it, we'd ask for it to be trade secret for the purposes of this hearing that everybody can have access to, and then we can clean it up.
All right, thank you. We will take a 5 or 10?
15.
15. We will take a 15-minute break, or let's go 17 will put us right back at 2:45. So we will be in recess.
SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. From Choir,
All right, we are back on the air, and we are to East River. You may call your first witness.
Thank you. East River calls Mark Hoffman.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Mark Hoffman,
And Mr. Hoffman, how are you employed?
employed at East River Electric as the Chief Operations Officer.
Tell me a little bit about your position. What does that mean? What does that entail, your duties?
I run the operations of East River, which includes our transmission, substation, system operations, engineering, system planning.
And approximately how long have you been employed in that capacity?
In my current role since 2019,
And prior to that, were you employed with East River?
I was
And in what capacity?
as an engineering manager and as a staff engineer.
Did you prepare pre-filed and rebuttal testimony in this case?
I did.
And I'd like you to turn to MH8. If you could pull that up.
All right, where's that? I don't see it on there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's not on there yet. The pre-filed testimony and rebuttal testimony that you prepared, you indicated to me that you wanted to make a correction to your pre-filed testimony. Is that right?
I do.
And if it's my understanding, you wanted to correct page 8 of your pre-filed testimony by striking the words "hard rock" from lines 167.
That's correct.
And so if that was done, the sentence would begin on line 166 and read, "It uses the same access, haul routes, internal material handling systems as an existing quarry," period. Is that correct? Other than that correction to your pre-filed testimony, as you sit there today, is your pre-filed testimony that you submitted and your rebuttal testimony accurate as of today's date?
Yes, it is.
I'd offer a pre-filed testimony MH8 and rebuttal testimony MH9 as evidence.
Commissioners and Hearing Examiner Bill Van Camp, I would move the same objection as was previously noted. Objections as to line 94 to 126 for relevance as Sioux Valley nor East River are the utility seeking to provide service. Also, the testimony is explained as being offered to explain East River's ability to provide Sioux Valley. We've waived objection to Basin's presentation because we believe that they have the ability to generate 11 megawatts and supply it. And so for that basis, we'd object as to relevancy under the statute and the guidelines the commission have to look at.
Response?
East River believes this information is relevant. Mr. Meyer testified that cost was an issue. This testimony supports what East River can do in assisting Sioux Valley to build and potentially the costs associated with that. In addition, this information is also what I would call falls underneath paragraph 6 of 4934A-56, pertinent factors affecting the ability of the utility to furnish adequate electric service to fulfill customers' requirements. And I think it should be allowed in full.
So you're offering, I'll make sure I'm looking at the right ones. Sorry. MH 8 and 9, correct, is what we're talking about?
Correct.
All right. And for the same reasons discussed before, I will overrule that objection and admit the testimony. And certainly the parties are welcome to brief the weight it should be given if they so choose. So MH 8 and 9 will be admitted.
Examiner, I would like it noted for the record that I've objected, same for Exhibit 9.
So noted. You may proceed.
Mr. Hoffman, can you tell me what your understanding of what a contracted minimum demand of 2,000 kilowatts means?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Sorry, can you restate the question?
Yeah, my question was, can you tell me what your understanding of what a contracted minimum demand of 2,000 kilowatts means?
I'm going to overrule, given that it was prefaced with your understanding.
You could answer.
So to me, that means you have a contract that says on a monthly basis you will have and purchase at least 2,000 kilowatts of demand. So in our case, that is an electric service agreement that we would sign with that entity that would state that.
Is it your understanding that they would make that payment whether they use that much energy or not?
That's correct. That's the minimum that they have to pay.
Okay. I'd also like to draw your attention to TS5. Mr. Smith testified earlier about some safety concerns with Knife River doing the distribution transmission on the site. Do you share some of those same concerns?
I do.
And can you explain what those concerns are?
Sure. So as Mr. Smith testified, Sioux Valley has facilities here, and Sioux Valley takes those facilities up to the points of load, and they have a transformer there. So there's facilities throughout here noted in the pink. What our understanding is, and this is provided by Sioux Valley, is Knife River would be building the yellow facilities on this, and they would have electric service to those yellow items, not Xcel, but Knife River. And so Knife River does not, to my knowledge, have any trained linemen. I don't know if they have trained electricians, but I know they don't have trained linemen. So they're going to be operating 34.5 kV facilities throughout this plant, crossing Sioux Valley's facilities. This happens throughout the country, just as Ted explained, but what is different here is you have a company without trained linemen operating those facilities, whereas in most of the other country, you have two utilities providing that might be crossing. So that would be my safety concern, is we don't know if they have trained linemen. The other question that came up was 811. Being that these are company-owned facilities, I'm not sure if those go into 811, because this is their own private land with their own private facilities. I don't believe that those go in 811, so I'm not sure that this would be able to be located.
Thank you. No more questions for Mr. Hoffman?
Knife River.
You were asked the question a moment ago about what your opinion or what your thoughts were on a contracted minimum demand. Have you read that statute that we're talking about here today, 4934A56?
I have.
Are you familiar with the preceding language that says who require electric service with a contracted minimum demand?
Required contract, yes.
Who require? Who's the who here?
It's my understanding that PUC, in order for that statute, has to see that there's a contracted minimum demand.
If I were to offer you that means that in a fair reading, that Knife River would require electric service with a contracted minimum demand, are you comfortable with the fact that they are planning to build a plant with an excess of 2 megawatts of need?
I understand that, but I don't know that their demand on a daily basis is over 2 megawatts. I see that the connected load is over 2 megawatts, but I'm not sure that demand on a daily basis is over 2.
But I would agree that they would have to demonstrate that they'd have a need, don't they? A requirement for such a service, right?
Sure, but I
Okay.
haven't seen a contract that reflects that they are required to take a minimum.
And I don't want to get argumentative here, but is your position then, and I can't help but parse out what you're saying, that they could not apply under this statute for service from Xcel unless they had a signed ESA right now with Xcel?
That's our understanding.
Okay. You testify in your direct that there's a duplication if this plant is served by Excel, is that fair?
Yes,
There's no dedicated line there from Sioux Valley or East River right now, is there?
there is to the sand plant.
To the sand plant, but that line is not sufficient to service the needs of the rock crushing facility.
Correct.
Okay. So the need is obviously greater than 1 megawatt, is that fair?
Correct. But Sioux Valley is serving, would in that case serve both plants.
But they wouldn't do that with a transformer on the site, right? That would be the alternative plan that wasn't known to my client until recently, is that fair?
Fair, correct.
Okay. You testify in your direct testimony that the plan is an extension of the existing Hard Rock quarry. Is that what we struck, line 160?
We struck Hard Rock.
Okay. Of the existing quarry, then, that's your position?
Correct.
Can we go to CM 3, I believe?
Is that the right one?
Yes. So the quartzite colored, thank you, Clark. Mine in the upper left, and the sand deposit in the middle of the right side. You're calling one the extension of the other, is that fair?
What I term in my testimony as quarry would be everything shown on this map. That's how I define quarry.
Have you been on this facility's location?
I have not.
Right, you can't testify as to the size of it? How many acres in total?
I can't.
You don't know the distance between A and B, let's just say hypothetically on this map?
I don't believe there's a scale, so no.
Okay. You use the term in your testimony that it's a contiguous operation or the same footprint, is that fair? And again, and if I'm not trying to argue with you, but your position, if I'm characterizing it right, is this entire map, anything on this map is the same operation, is that fair?
That is, yes. It's
So-
all owned by Knife River.
Okay.
Did you say it's all owned by Knife River?
Yes.
I didn't ask if it was owned by Knife River, but it's the same operation in your testimony. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that the sand plant is going to be decommissioned and shut down shortly?
I was made aware of that this morning.
Okay. But when there's no longer any sand deposit, there's no point in leaving the facilities there. Would you agree with that?
I'm not a mining engineer to understand how much sand's left available.
Looking at your testimony, if you want to look at page or line.
My testimony's not up on this line.
I'm sorry. Right where you struck Hard Rock. So we struck in line 166 and 167. We struck Hard Rock, but you say that the new plant will use the same material handling system. What are you talking about there?
Can I go back to TS5, was it?
Go wherever,
The,
yeah.
the yellow, okay. So I wasn't provided a plan, a site plan, and I think in Mr. Meyer's rebuttal to me that we don't need to see the plan. Well, I think we do because we need to understand how the facilities intermingle. And when I look at this map, I see a yellow line that goes right past the sand plant along with Sioux Valley's facilities. So to me, again, I'm not at the quarry, operating the quarry, but to me that looks like it intermingles with the sand plant and goes right adjacent to the sand plant. So that's why I testified the way it did.
You heard Clark Meyer's testimony earlier, correct?
Correct.
And he testified that there was no use of equipment or facilities by one plant and the other. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
So intermingling, do you just mean on this map or another map that they're nearby each other?
Well, until this morning, we didn't hear all that information that was provided this morning in testimony. So when I made my testimony, I was going off of the only map I had, and that was from Sioux Valley. Other than the maps that was in the conditional use permit, but those don't reflect the same thing. So if I could go to CM5, I believe it is. This again looks like, I think Commissioner Nelson brought this point up, this looks like the black lines pass adjacent to the sand plant. And without going out there and seeing the staked line of where the conveyor is, it's difficult to tell.
But you did hear Mr. Meyer's testimony this morning that
I
they're
did.
not using similar equipment or
I did.
locations. Okay, thank you. You testify in your pre-file that this is not a greenfield site. Is that correct?
It does not appear on this map that that's greenfield. That looks like disturbed like ground.
Well, it's been disturbed now, certainly. I'm not going to argue with you there. You're aware that it has no electrical facilities on it, is that
If
right?
that's what you term in greenfield, yes.
Okay. It has no other utility services there at this present time?
Other than where the lines cross that I just showed in TS5.
Those lines are hypothetical lines on the build-out of the new plant, correct?
It would be the same thing that would be shown on this map. If Sioux Valley Energy's facilities were shown, you would see that Sioux Valley's lines would go under those lines.
And that's fair. I mean, you have, Sioux Valley has, I'm not arguing with that, lines that are already underground there that deliver service to the existing sand plant, correct?
Correct.
But where Knife River intends to build the rock crushing plant right now, that plot of ground, and we can go to any number of maps, that doesn't have existing facilities utilized on that property right now.
Again, other than the conveyors and the associated motors with those that are crossing those facilities, I would agree with you.
In your testimony, and maybe I'm just plowing over the same field again, it's an expansion of the existing quarry complex, not disconnected from existing infrastructure. What infrastructure is connected?
The facilities that you see here, they're just the disturbed facilities that they appear on this map that they're adjacent.
They're adjacent. I'm not going to argue with you there, but adjacent doesn't mean connected, does it?
Correct.
Okay. You've classified this in your testimony as a routine industrial expansion. Is that fair?
It appears to me that they're expanding a facility that they already own with additional resources.
And you heard the testimony of Mr. Meyer that they acquired the court site later after they'd already been operating the sand plant. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Okay. You offer and you suggest to this commission in your testimony that, and I guess we're going back over this again, but where it seems to be you want to argue that Knife River has not made an informed decision in choosing Excel to provide electrical services here, and as such, their preference should be disregarded. Am I fairly characterizing your testimony?
You're correct.
Where in the statute that is relevant here does it give East River, Sioux Valley, or Basin the ability to demand service or compete with, I should say, let's strike that, compete with the bid or the offer of Excel to Knife River in this instance?
Well, I think you go to the customer choice category within that statute, and within that, I don't believe they're comparing apples to apples.
No, and that was certainly plowed over earlier with Mr. Smith's testimony. But is it fair to say that, well, it appears to me, and I'll just be frank, it appears to me that your position is in this instance that you should be able to put on the table what the East River, Sioux Valley offer would be to Knife River had Knife River known it all along, and ask this commission to determine whether or not Excel's offer is equiposed, better, or worse. Is that fair?
I don't think we were giving the opportunity to provide an alternative.
And so you're seeking that alternative here?
Through our testimony, we provided it.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Can I ask you to move so I can see him? Thank you.
Nothing further.
Oh.
No questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
In your testimony, you state that that these two locations of the sand plant and the rock crushing plant share the same 911 address, correct?
That's correct.
Has the rock plant been built? The rock crushing plant?
My understanding through the rebuttal testimony is they've been crushing rock out there using diesel generators, so to a certain extent it has.
If someone is hurt at the rock crushing plant, 911 is called, would the ambulance have to go to a different location than the sand plant?
They're using the same haul road to get there, same access point off of the highway.
If built, could Knife River not provide an updated 911 address to differentiate the two plants?
I believe that means they have to get a new driveway into their plant, but I suspect they could.
Okay. I asked these questions to Ted, and I'll ask them to you again, or to you as well. You stated that Knife River's conditional use permit application classifies this as an expansion of the existing hard rock quarry, correct?
Correct.
And that sense that they classified that in their CUP, that the PUC should classify that as an expansion as well, correct?
Expansion, yes.
So you believe that the label in the CUP of a expansion disqualifies them to call themselves a new customer at a new location in this proceeding?
One of the reasons, yes.
And you stated earlier that you have read 4934A56, correct?
Yes.
Does 4934A56 use the term conditional use permit or provide any requirement to apply for a conditional use permit?
Not to my knowledge.
Do any of the requirements of the application for a conditional use permit apply to this proceeding or the large load statute?
Not to my knowledge.
You agree that these are two different processes
Yes.
and that the CUP and large load statutes fall within two different governing bodies, correct?
Correct.
Does Sioux Valley East River Basin provide any electricity or infrastructure to the rock quarry?
Yes, to the quarry.
What infrastructure or electricity goes to the rock quarry?
As I testified earlier, I term everything on this CM, is it 5 or 3? Everything on this map is the quarry.
Are there any maps in here that show distribution lines from Sioux Valley that go up to the, what would it be, northeast or northwest quartzite rock deposit?
I don't believe so.
Do you dispute that the rock crushing plant is located outside of the municipalities?
No.
In your testimony, you state that East River, through its contract with Basin, has adequate load to provide for the anticipated load of 11 megawatts, correct?
Correct.
Meaning you believe the load will be 11 megawatts, correct?
Correct.
Are you here today fighting to serve the 11 megawatt load?
Yes.
Later in your testimony, you state that you do not believe that Knife River has satisfied the requirement of having a contracted minimum demand of 2,000 kilowatts, correct?
Correct.
Did you see or have any input into the bid that Sioux Valley provided to Knife River?
I provided them an estimate for our facilities.
In that bid, what was the load listed as?
I don't know.
So for the purpose of this hearing and your ability to serve Knife River, you believe that the load requirement would be 11 megawatts?
Yes.
But for the purposes of Knife River qualifying under the large load statute, you believe that the contracted minimum demand will not be 11 megawatts?
I haven't been provided proof that there's a contract.
You state many
Can I further that? And Excel has testified that they do not have a contract.
Okay, so you believe that there has to be a signed contract in place?
That's what contracted to me means, yes.
Okay. You state many assertions in your testimony in regards to why you believe the commission should disregard Knife River's preference, such as Knife River's preference is based on incomplete and conflicting information, and that Knife River is not informed, correct?
Correct.
Were you in all the meetings between Excel and Knife River?
No.
Have you seen all written communications sent between Excel and Knife River?
No.
How do you know that Excel has not provided Knife River with adequate information?
Through the data request, we determined that neither party knew who was providing the on-site facilities that would go and connect to each of these pieces of equipment that the load would be. And it became apparent by both of them providing that information in the data set that they did not know who was doing it. And so to me, that's millions of dollars of facilities that at this point nobody knew who was installing. So how can they make a decision on a comparison to Sioux Valley Energy's number, which includes that, if they don't know who's even providing that?
Could there have been information discussed between Knife River and Excel that was not included in the DRs that were served on them? Data request is DR, sorry.
I suppose there could.
Okay, in your rebuttal testimony, you state that Knife River cannot be considered a new customer because Clark Miller of Knife River in his testimony confirmed that Knife River is an existing customer of Sioux Valley and Excel, correct?
Correct.
So you believe that regardless of where they put a new plant, since they're already a customer of both companies, they can never be considered a new customer?
I believe when it's adjacent next to an expansion of an existing plant, that's not considered a new customer.
Okay, thank you. No further questions?
All right, we will go to commissioner questions, beginning with Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you. Just one question. When Mr. Brown was asking you about this concept of the contracted minimum demand of 2, and he asked you about the contract, and he said, quote, will they pay whether they use that much energy or not, unquote, and your answer was yes. Now, my understanding is that minimum demand is different than energy. And so, which is it? Does the statute require payment based on demand or on energy?
Demand. I misheard that, misspoke. It should be demand.
So that even if their demand level doesn't reach 2, they would be required to pay 2 megawatts worth of demand. Is that your position?
Correct. That's my position.
Thank you. That is all I need.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to duplication of service. Help me understand one more time, and I know you've talked about it, but it's a very much of a key point in this. Help me understand why you think there's a duplication of service, because the 2 areas aren't served yet. So go ahead.
I would argue that they are served today. Sioux Valley serves this area. This is Sioux Valley's territory. East River has facilities all the way around this facility. Sioux Valley has distribution lines to this facility. They're undersized to serve 11 megawatts, but there's facilities there today. Excel testified that they were going to, I'm not exactly sure, rebuild, rework, do something with their 10 miles of line. That same could be said for Sioux Valley. Sioux Valley could rework, rebuild, whatever the lines to this facility. They're there. They're at this facility. They're serving this facility. That has not changed. They might be undersized, but they're there. So when you have a new utility cross service territory into a Sioux Valley service territory to provide service, to me that's duplication of service, and that's not what the PUC wants.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Been having interesting testimony. Primarily, there's just been a lot of discussion about the load and the fact that they don't have a contract, and if they had a contract, then, which seems to be putting the cart before the horse, excuse me. However, is there any contract or any agreement whatsoever between, that you're aware of, between Excel and Knife River?
Not to my knowledge at this location.
If they were to sign a contract that would be, well, basically an agreement subject to the permits that are required, whether there's, I'm not sure what other permits there might be required, but subject to, for instance, the Public Utility Commission's position, would that satisfy your concern or contention, your argument that they don't have that they would have to have a contract?
That would satisfy mine.
If the contract stipulated all of the load, et cetera?
Yes, that would satisfy our argument on that, because they have a contract then.
Even though it would be subject to all of the, okay.
Correct.
Thank you, that's the only question I have.
Any further commissioner questions or advisor questions? Seeing none, we'll go to recross based off of commissioner questions, starting with Knife River.
No questions.
No
Excel?
questions.
Sioux Valley.
No questions.
Basin.
No questions.
Staff.
No questions.
Redirect.
No questions.
All right, you may step down, or you will go to your next witness.
East River calls Scott Shuey. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Scott Shuey.
And Mr. Shuey, how are you employed?
I'm employed as the Chief Financial Officer for East River Electric.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
Since July of 2021.
And as a Chief Finance Officer, what are some of your duties? What are you responsible for?
I oversee accounting, finance, treasury functions, billing and rates, along with material management.
And in that capacity, do you have interaction with East River distribution cooperatives like Sioux Valley?
Yes, very often.
And is some of that interaction involve coming up with rate proposals and making rate comparisons and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case with Sioux Valley and Knife River?
I did.
Did you prepare pre-filed testimony in this case?
I did.
And I believe you and I talked, and you indicated that you wanted to make 2 corrections to your pre-filed testimony, both the confidential and the public testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
And would that be line 16 and line 29 on both of those exhibits, which are SS4?
Yes.
And the correction, I believe you indicated that there was a typo in spelling Excel?
Yes.
And you wanted to eliminate the E and just have the XCEL?
You got it.
Okay. With those corrections to your confidential and public testimony, as you testify today, would that pre-filed testimony be true and accurate?
Yes.
I offer confidential and public pre-filed testimony of Scott Shuey, SS4.
Sorry, Mr. Van Camp, you indicated at the pre-hearing conference that you have an objection. Would you like to state it now?
Just the same objection as to the public and confidential as to relevance.
Which lines specifically?
The entirety of his testimony. Again, this is we're trying to go back before Hub City here and do an analysis of what provider has a better offer to my client. My client at this point has made their position clear. And under the determination of the Supreme Court in the Hub City case, which this commission accepted in the MDU docket, this is irrelevant.
Can I respond?
Please do.
I do believe this information is relevant, it's probative, and it's certainly not prejudicial. Mr. Meyer testified that his preference was based on cost, and we talked about the cost of the distribution, the transmission, and we talked about rates, and that he got a better rate from Xcel. And so his preference is based on rates. Mr. Shuey's testimony is a rate analysis, and I think it's fair to present this evidence because the commission has to determine whether or not to give this preference any weight, any deference, and I think our argument has been that it's been an informed decision by Knife River, and therefore this commission, among other reasons, should not give deference to their preference. So I think this information and testimony is relevant.
I'm going to agree and overrule the objection, given that the door has been open with discussion of the preference.
I will note, I believe Mr. Brown mischaracterized somewhat Mr. Meyer's testimony. He was concerned about the upfront rate, is how he characterized it, not about the actual rate being charged. So as you're considering this, I want to make that correction.
I would overrule.
And I would overrule.
Okay, so S4 and S4 confidential will be admitted. I assume you want that standing objection noted for the record. So noted.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Shuey, can you basically tell me what you did with respect to providing a rate comparison with these numbers?
Yeah, we used information from Sioux Valley Energy and their interaction with Knife River regarding how big the load was, the billing determinants is what I would call them. Applied them to Xcel's rate that they said they would use for the load, E20 peak controlled service, including all of the rate riders and everything, just to do a comparison of the rate proposed by Sioux Valley and Xcel Energy.
In the rate riders that you looked at, was there one rate rider in particular that became effective January of 2026?
Yes, there is a rate rider effective January 1. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I can find it in here. It's the last page of SS9, is it? It's the interim rate surcharge of 29.19%.
In that adder, that would have been imposed after Knife River's petition was filed with the PUC?
To my knowledge.
And basically, can you summarize your findings of the rate comparison between what Sioux Valley offered and what you determined would be the rate using Xcel's tariffs?
Sure, and I would do that in just kind of an estimated annual cost for the load to operate under each different rate. Under Sioux Valley's rate, we're talking about $5.9 million per year for energy and demand without any load control. With Xcel's rate, we're estimating around $6.4 million per year with load control.
And did you do any calculations with Sioux Valley's rate using load control?
I did not.
And why didn't you?
We didn't know what to assume under for load control under that rate, and it was more conservative.
Does East River have, or does Sioux Valley have the ability to serve on a rate that does utilize load control?
Yes.
And if it did, would it impact your analysis?
Yes, it would lower Sioux Valley Energy's cost.
The specific adders that were on the rate that you reviewed for Excel, were these adders that appeared to go away over some period of time or didn't?
Some of them may or may not. There's a fuel clause rider or adder that is typical in the utility industry to pass through fuel costs. There's some that may be temporary based on investments in transmission and other things. And I believe the interim rate surcharge rider will disappear once their rates are approved and in place.
Do you believe the Sioux Valley rate would be less if the load utilized a curtailable load?
Yes.
No further questions with Mr. Shuey.
No questions.
Just three. On line 75, in your testimony, you note that there were some large assumptions made in providing bill estimates for Xcel's E20P controlled service. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you had to make some assumptions when you put this together?
Of course, yes.
And just like Sioux Valley had to make assumptions when they were putting together their bid as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't ask any discovery to validate those assumptions, did you?
No.
Okay. And then you're aware of how an interim rate surcharge works?
A little bit.
So do you not involve yourself in rate making?
I do, but I don't follow IOU rates.
Oh, you don't follow, so you don't really know how IOU rates work?
I know enough to put them together, and I've worked with them over time to do comparisons, sure.
Okay, but you don't know how an interim rate surcharge works?
Well, I know it's applicable to this rate and what parts of the rate it's applicable to. But
And that it's subject to refund?
I didn't know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Once the rate is approved, right, depending on where it's approved, it is subject to refund. The difference is, sure.
Yeah, I'm just inquiring. Does your analysis include fuel?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so you made assumptions about Xcel's fuel costs as well?
I did.
Oh, okay. And then you also made assumptions as to riders and if they may exist or not?
I assumed all of the riders existed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And this doesn't include any analysis of any of the secondary proposals that Sioux Valley may have made with respect to, an on-bill credit for the infrastructure or something like that?
No, it's just the rate that they offered.
It's just the rate that they
initially.
offer.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't amortize any additional cost that Knife River may incur?
No.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
No questions from Sioux Valley, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, I think Excel's question, the last question was exactly the one I wanted to ask, but I just want to make sure. So the 5.9 million per year figure that you laid out for Sioux Valley, that does not include any amortization of the construction costs they're going to have to incur?
No, sir.
And if it did, those two numbers would be closer together, correct?
Most likely, yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to the questions of your assumptions. So you're aware that we're in the middle, the staff and the PUC is in the middle of a rate case with Xcel.
Yes.
And so then you're aware that the staff is looking at all those riders and seeing what goes into base rates, correct?
Yes.
And so when you made your analysis, did you look at all the riders that will be possibly going into base rates? And did you put in new riders that we may have approved or?
No, I used what was in place today, including all of the riders as stated in the tariff.
So it's fair to say that your line item number 75, some large assumptions, is very true.
Sure.
Because you may have analyzed a rate that will certainly change after the rate case is completed and settled. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you for your testimony. Would you agree that regardless of what the cost is to Knife River, that subject to the effect that it may have between Excel and the ratepayers, and that decision is going to be made by PUC if Excel approached us for a rate increase, and it was partially based upon their cost of service to Knife River? Would you agree that regardless of what the cost is to Knife River to contract with Xcel Energy, that that's their decision to make and not the PUC's?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from commissioners? All right, recross based upon commissioner questions, Knife River.
I have no questions.
Excel?
Just a quick one on interim rates, as Commissioner Fegan was noting. The interim rate increase or interim rate surcharge is 29.19%, correct?
Yes.
And that's intended to reflect the entirety of Excel's rate case increase, correct?
I assume.
And historically, 100% of a rate case increase is never approved, is it?
I would hope not.
So in theory, the interim rate surcharge is overstating the actual cost to Knife River.
Today, depending on the outcome of the rate case.
And so assuming that the rate case only, I think Excel asked for 15% increase, assuming that only a 10% increase was agreed to in settlement or litigated, your numbers would have to change to reflect that, correct?
Sure.
And even if it was today, that 29 is subject to refund, so the actual rates would be less than what you're calculating.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sioux Valley?
No questions from Sioux Valley, thank you.
Basin?
No questions, thank you.
Staff?
No questions.
Redirect?
No more questions.
You may step down. Does that conclude your case in chief?
It concludes East River's witnesses, yes, thank you.
All right. And Basin, your witness is not, you're not offering him pursuant to the stipulation, correct?
Correct. Basin relies on the agreement made pursuant to the stipulation signed last Friday.
We will go to staff.
Staff calls Joseph Rezak. Please state your name for the record.
Joseph Rezak.
What is your position with the commission?
I am a staff analyst, also referred to as a utility analyst.
As a utility analyst for the PUC, as part of your job responsibilities, do you routinely work on electric dockets?
That is correct.
Have you been involved in this docket since it was filed?
Yes, I have.
Did you participate in the discovery process?
I did.
Did you review all of the discovery or all of the responses to discovery?
I did.
Do you rely on those responses in your opinion and position for your testimony today?
Yes,
Did you file pre-filed testimony?
I did.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or corrections to make to your pre-filed testimony?
I would make one small revision. In testimony, there was a question regarding any pertinent facts related to Knife River's eligibility under the statute. I would probably slightly revise it to say that there may be some question as to whether this constitutes a new location.
And can you explain further into that?
Yes. As it relates to the conveyor belt system and the overall, I guess you could say, the footprint of the new plant, I think it's just kind of up to what you would determine to be a new location and how, if that's different from basically the existing plant.
Other than these amendments you listed today, if I asked you the same questions from your pre-filed testimony at this time, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Do you adopt that testimony as your testimony for this proceeding?
I do.
I have no further questions for Mr. Rezak and would tender him for cross. Thank you.
Knife River.
Thank you. Regarding the conveyor belt issue, you heard the testimony of Clark Meyer this morning that the existing conveyor belt used by the sand plant will be turned down this summer, correct?
That is correct, yep.
And is your concern about the back and forth between Mr. Mayor and one of the commissioners, I think Commissioner Nelson, about the location of the proposed conveyor belt at or near the legal description or the property legally described where the sand plant sits?
Yes, to a certain extent.
Okay, and your concern is that hypothetically, under the map that was shown, which is an as-built, to be built, yet to be built determination of where that conveyor belt line would run, that it may touch upon the legally described premises in the blue map without calling the blue map up?
Yes, if you'd constitute that blue map is the location of the existing plant.
If you constitute that entire legal description as the existing location of the plant itself? I'm not trying to confuse you here.
Yeah. Can you repeat it again?
So, well, let me just rephrase it.
Yeah.
So let's pull up that map. If that was Clark Meyer 3, I believe. Okay. So we're talking about something that runs on what would be the left side as you look at it, the edge of the legally described premises on this map that's described as the concrete sand washing plant. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. And I think, well, Clark has discussed that that's a legal description in order to square the corners to legally describe it, if that's fair.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. But you're not concerned about duplication or existing facilities being utilized in the new plant that are now currently being used, in the sand plant, right?
Correct, yeah. I think the facilities are going to be operationally separate.
Okay.
Separate, operationally separate.
And you'll agree that there are no facilities now receiving any form of utility service in the red, quartzite colored? Is that fair?
Yes, in that red, those red shaded areas, correct.
Okay. Do you have any doubt that Excel has access to adequate power supply?
I do not have any doubt.
I should have finished that with the means to service this facility.
Yeah, I have no doubt.
Okay. There's an interesting point in your testimony where you talk about the decision of Knife River to select Excel because of the upfront costs and the economic challenges to paying those in the deployment of a new facility or the build out of a new facility. Do you mind expanding upon that?
Could you point me directly to which part of my testimony?
It's line.
Just so I could review it.
Yep. It's page 9 of your testimony. Line, it's really your answer to question on 19, but I'm looking really at the line 24 through 28.
And so could you repeat the question then?
I just found it an interesting observation on your point that Knife River, if I'm mischaracterizing this, please correct me, but that seems to say to me that Knife River made a business decision to avoid large upfront costs.
That's,
That's our confidential information. This is the.
Oh, you pulled up the wrong docket. I'm sorry, you pulled up this confidential testimony. I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you for catching that.
That's okay. Sorry about that.
Nope,
no, not the
not for the confidential. Sorry, I should have been clear which exhibit.
You might want to just stop.
Let's take a couple minute recess to look at this. I think we have I think there's a glitch.
Oh, it's double linked.
How long should we take? 5.
5.
5? Sound good? Can you grab me that?
I didn't even.
5 minutes.
SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder.
We are back on the record, and I apologize for that. The issue was that Exhibit JR2, which is the public version of the pre-filed testimony, inadvertently contained a confidential number. That link has now been broken, but we needed to wait to go back on the record until that was pulled down. So I think we are back at Cross.
Yeah, thank you. Just generally, Mr. Rezac, you reviewed the section that caused the kerfluffle there. Is that just a general observation on your part, or is it related to Knife River in this instance?
It's for the most part a general observation. It's obviously the businesses will take steps and make different decisions that they see fit.
Okay, but you'll agree that this statute is a statute of customer choice, is it not? Provided they meet the statutory requirements.
I wouldn't call it a solely customer choice, but some might characterize it as a customer choice.
Okay. Thank you, nothing further.
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rezac, if you could go to JR2, the public version, and I think on page 5, I wanted to visit with you a little bit about your testimony on page 5 as it pertains to lines 7 through 15 and 23 through 28. I think we can probably get those on the same screen. And your testimony pertains to whether or not Knife River qualifies for the large load statute because they're a new customer at a new location. And you opined on that, and your answer or opinion had some underpinnings as to why you thought that they were a new customer. And that had to do with whether or not, why?
I indicate that they'd be a new customer, given that there'd been no service to the proposed new plant.
Is that a basis, do you find that in the text of the statute itself?
The basis of what I determined to be a new customer?
Yes.
No, that's not in the statute.
And could you educate me or help me understand, is there a citation for that basis?
No, that'd just be just my understanding of how I viewed the new customer, new location part.
So same questions as to location, new location, would you have the same answers?
Yeah, it'd be based on just kind of my general understanding of new location.
Thank you. No further questions?
East River?
No questions.
Basin?
No questions.
Commissioner Hanson?
Mr. Rezak's going to be disappointed that I don't have a tough question for him. I keep trying to think of an analogy, situations such as this, where a company has several apartment buildings and or a residential neighborhood, and across the street, vacant property, and they're going to build a few dozen 50-unit apartment buildings. They're going to use a lot of electricity because whatever reasons, everybody's got some hot tubs and whatever. That's what I seem to be wrestling with. New customer, new location, that type of thing. Help me through that a little bit. I know you were just working on it here, but and I was listening, and I read your testimony, and just trying to. I'm not jumping to one side or the other. So help me out a little bit.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It was obviously something I struggled with too. I think at the end of my testimony, I kind of indicated if you can determine this to be a new customer in a new location, this is kind of the first test that you have to check through. And so I just tried to do my best with my understanding of what I believe to be the location of the new plant, what's the location of the existing plant. So it was a struggle. It's tough, and so I don't know if I have a great pathway forward to get you thinking one way or the other, but.
Sounds like you and I are rowing the same boat right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Nelson?
No questions, sorry.
Wow, you're kind of getting off, and we just can't have that, can we? So, you certainly in your testimony talked about the 6 items that the commissioners have to look at. And you reviewed those. We heard something about safety today from Sioux Valley Energy, and I kept on looking at this. So out of those 6 items, is safety one of the items that the 3 commissioners need to look at?
I guess you could try to make a case for it in the last factor as kind of a pertinent catch-all.
Okay. All right. I think we see the preference of the customer, so we see number 5. Did you know that 10 miles, did you realize that the first 8 miles are probably from Xcel existing line? Did you understand that in all your data requests and all that information? Because that was kind of new to me today.
It was probably new to me as well, understanding what that 10 miles all entails.
So the key is going to be, also duplication of service. That is a key factor that the 3 commissioners need to look at. So can you remind me of your view on duplication of service after everything you heard today, all the data requests? What were your view of duplication of services?
So the way I viewed the duplication of facilities is whether XL serves the new plant or Sioux Valley, new facilities are going to be required. And so I felt that since new facilities are required, one way or the other, there's going to be new facilities, and it's not really a duplicative to have XL serve it versus Sioux Valley.
So also on duplication of service, did you also review that there is no service at this location of the new rock crushing operations? Is that where you came up with some of that too? Because there's nothing there.
Yep.
Except, I guess, a diesel maybe generator.
Yeah, I looked at that. There's no electric service to that site yet.
So then we come down to new customer, new location. And I think Commissioner Hanson kind of visited with you about that already. Did you take into consideration any of the information in the CUP or the conditional use permit from the county when you looked at that through your data requests?
I did look at some of those permits that were filed. I don't know if any of the information came specifically from the conditional use permit. I know I did ask some data requests kind of from the water rights permit a little bit, so I did kind of account for that a little bit in my analysis.
Excuse me, I did kind of what?
Account for that in my analysis.
So, Mr. Rezak, when I read your testimony, I think we're all struggling with new location, or new customer, new location. And I felt like you were kind of going back and forth even on both of those items. Anything before you get off this stand that you heard today, and you talked about the conveyor belt today, and I think we all talked about it when Commissioner Hanson, I mean, all of us are starting to think like, does that make a difference? So I know Commissioner Hanson already asked you this, and he has his mic on, so he's probably going to ask you another question, actually. But is there anything that you heard that you would change your mind on your new customer, new location today?
So I can give you a kind of a brief thought pattern. So I kind of went between a couple items. I think this, if I refer to CM, I think this is CM3, as it relates to those two, the orange and the blue. And is that what's capturing the locations? Is that the new location? Is that the existing location? Or are we looking at maybe the map of, it would be Sioux Valley's facilities with the overlay? Or is that the new location? Or what's the location of the existing plant in that map, and what's the location of the new plant in that map? So I just kind of, it depends upon where you want to phrase the location or what you deem to be a location and a new location. And so that's kind of where I was at.
So this hearing book with all the information of all the pre-filed testimony and rebuttal has traveled thousands and thousands and thousands of miles with me the last month when I've been traveling for the PUC, and it's been an interesting hearing to kind of see. I certainly had many, many questions throughout the time I was reading. So, thank you. Appreciate you being on the stand today. I'm sure other commissioners have follow-up questions.
Mr. Rezak, I do. On this, the discussion you had with Commissioner Fegan regarding duplication of service. And so if I'm understanding this right, you know, Sioux Valley to provide service would have to run a line for about a mile, and there's different options as to which size line, but about a mile. XL, on the other hand, would have to run both new and upgraded lines for 10 miles. Part of that crossing through Sioux Valley's territory. Are those equivalent proposals in your mind as it relates to duplication of services?
So your question would be, is one more duplicative than the other?
Yeah, or are they even in your mind?
I would say they're slightly in my mind, and yes, the distance might be smaller for one than the other. I just struggled with, well, what distance is too much distance to be now duplicative? Or how close could you deem it to be not duplicative? And so I just took the strict view of it's new facilities from Sioux Valley to serve this, and it's going to be new facilities from Excel to serve this. And therefore, I determined it was likely not duplicative.
I appreciate that. I could ask a dozen follow-up questions to that, and we'd go down a rabbit hole that there, well, until this commission rules, there is not an answer, so we won't go there, but I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Anything further from the commissioners or advisor?
I would like to ask a question.
Ooh. 50 years of wisdom here.
There's one subject that's been dealt with today, and I don't know how many people out there are listening. I think maybe Commissioner Nelson would say thousands. But anyway, I think it's important to get your opinion on this, and that's related to the contribution to native construction that we've heard from Excel. But we've also seen an upfront payment required by Sioux Valley. And so that may add comfort to those who, you know, are on the system in Sioux Valley, that they're getting that money up front versus the risk perhaps that maybe the Excel customers are taking. What are your thoughts about the contribution that's in tariff with Excel? I mean, are you eliminating that risk in your, you know, your recommendation?
Are you referring, so eliminating the risk of Knife River to?
Eliminating the risk of Knife River not coming through with the cost that Excel is going to incur to service them, assuming they would try to socialize that cost down the road.
So as it relates to the tariff, if we're taking service under an existing tariff, in general, the commission doesn't rule on if a new customer can take service under a tariff. It's kind of already been a deemed commission-approved tariff. And so I don't, maybe I'm not understanding the question correct, but they're going to be receiving revenues, obviously, from the new customer, and to the extent that those revenues outweigh any costs that Excel might incur, I think that mitigates a lot of the risk on the existing customers.
I guess my question, I'll make it very simple. You're comfortable with Excel's method of handling this?
I am, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further? We'll go to recross based upon commissioner and advisor questions. Knife River.
No questions.
Excel?
No questions.
Sioux Valley?
No questions?
East River?
No questions.
Basin?
No questions.
Staff redirect.
No questions, thank you.
With that, Mr. Rezak, thank you, and you may step down. I believe that was the last direct witness. Do we have an agreement on that map that Commissioner Nelson had asked for before Knife River calls any rebuttal? I just want to make sure that gets filed so it gets replicated and we can look at it before we all go home.
We have no objection.
All right, we'll get that over to you, hearing examiner.
If you could file it with PUC docket filings, and if you need to file it confidentially, I
Okay, we'll do
understand
that.
that there's, and then it'll get put on the website and we can look at it and see what is getting admitted into evidence before the hearing closes.
That works.
Thank you. With that, we will go to Knife River as the party with the burden of proof. You have rebuttal, or option of rebuttal.
Knife River waives rebuttal.
Well, I guess I should have asked about that map a little earlier. But,
I had asked counsel if I should call him in rebuttal so that you could. If you'd like me to, for procedural purposes, I can.
what's your preference, having asked the question? Do you have cross on it, that you want to look at it? And
Yeah, I'll need to look at it.
I think we're going to need to take a few minutes so that it can get posted to the website and we can look at it and see what.
It's going to take us a few minutes to get that filed, just for our, we'll have to have Excel actually file it. So I'm just trying to think of the quickest way to get it to you guys to take a look. Yeah, and it's confidential, so. Oh yeah, actually, we've cleared it up, so it's no longer confidential, which is actually kind of a good thing. So we can post that, but it's just gonna take us a little bit of time to get it filed. I would suggest that while we're doing that, we email it to all the parties and hearing examiners, so that way the commissioners can review it in the next 10 minutes or so.
Sure, and if I have it, I can make paper copies. If we have enough paper copies for the room, then
We're good.
that's fine. I can run downstairs and do that.
Let's do that. We'll get that over to you, Ms. Edwards, and the rest of everybody, so we're procedurally correct.
All right,
Thank you.
let's take 15? All right, we will be in recess till, math's not my strong suit. You guys keep making me do this. 10, 25, 4:25.
SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from peer. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
All right, we will go back on the record. The map in question has been filed, and I see when it was posted on the website, it was marked as BLS 3. It is my understanding that nobody has an objection to BLS 3. Correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Hearing none, that will be admitted. And Is there a witness that can answer questions with that? Is everyone in agreement with Excel recalling their witness? Or are you planning to call Ms. Cross? Or as, I'm sorry, rebuttal?
No one objects.
Does anyone have an objection to him being recalled?
No.
No.
Wait, then Excel, can you recall?
We recall Brad Sillison for the purpose of taking questions on the new map exhibit.
And he's been under oath the whole time. I don't think we ever took him off of oath.
Nope, he's still under oath.
Thank you. I think I'll start with Commissioner Nelson, and then we will go around the room to check on recross.
Thank you, Mr. Sillison. Thanks for getting the map to us. What you don't know about me, but some others do, is that I'm a map nerd. And so when I saw this reference to 10 miles but didn't see a 10-mile map, I was bothered.
Okay.
And you've now helped resolve that. So if you could maybe just help step me through this, looking at the red line starting off on the west side at the substation, how far do your existing 37.5 facilities run?
Is there a way to pull it up there, pardon me, or not? Or do I just need to speak to it? Oh, yeah, please do.
Oh, you have?
I have one, yeah.
Let's see, I'm sorry. There you go.
Oh, awesome.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much. Okay, so bottom left on that map is the Lawrence substation, where that line starts in the lower left-hand corner. So that coming out of the substation, and then the red line kind of does a weave and a jog, and it jumps. That road you see there is Ray Street. So Great Bear Ski Area would kind of be down center, just off the map. So then that's existing line all the way until you get up to, you see the interstate, right? So the interstate kind of bifurcates the map from east to west in the middle of the map. There's a little jog in there. Right before you get to that jog, we're actually gonna jog the feeder off of that structure over to the east a little bit, and then cross the interstate. That existing line was operated as a 69 kV transmission line for the first 35 years of its existence, roughly 35 years of its existence, plus or minus something. And it would be really, really hard for us to adjust those structures crossing the interstate to facilitate what we need to do. So we're gonna jog it to the east, cross the interstate, and then we'll go north and meet up. And then, so that part is new, obviously. And then once you get to the top of the map, you'll see kind of the city of Corson there. You'll see the big plant that makes the wind towers, the wind turbines. So if you go about straight north of that, that is where our existing XL facilities end, right there at that intersection. And then so that next mile going to the east would be new construction, and then that would get you to Highway 11, essentially Highway 11 right there on the corner, and then that's where we get into the Knife River facilities.
Okay, so maybe the only place I lost you is once you cross the interstate, is that?
Do you have a mouse there?
I do. So right here.
Yeah, when you cross the interstate.
Yeah, so we're gonna get here.
And that's gonna be new
And
line.
we're gonna jog this over to here. We're gonna cross the interstate and we're gonna come up. So this is gonna be new, right here.
Okay, please, okay. The red line that I'm seeing is.
Existing.
Okay, then I didn't ask the right question. I was looking for a map of the 10 miles that's proposed to serve this facility. Whether it's a new facility or not, we don't know yet.
Right.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is 10 miles of existing line, or roughly.
Right. all except for this mile right here.
Okay, so then I'm going to ask for another map to ultimately be filed, but you back up to where it crosses, going to cross the interstate, you back up to where the existing line crosses the interstate, and then use your pointer and explain to us from there.
Right.
Thank you.
So right from here, from the pointer, this is a frontage road that runs on the south side
Yep.
of the interstate.
Driven on it?
Yep. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use that right away, and we're gonna bring new 34.5 infrastructure over to here. And then we're gonna cross the interstate. And then we're gonna come up this mile section road. We have a piece of single-phase line that runs south here to this farmstead that sits right here. And then, so we'll come up to the north, and then we'll tie into this corner, and then this is existing, and then we'll build new that last mile over to Highway 11.
Okay,
Now,
so
oops, I'm sorry.
where you cross the interstate and go a mile north, to
Right.
that point right there.
Yep.
So then from the existing line that goes a mile west and then a mile south, mile west,
Yep.
and a mile south.
Yep.
Is that get decommissioned, or does that still?
No.
That's still usable?
No, this line from this corner here goes north and goes all the way to Garrettson.
Okay.
Now, what we will end up doing is, right now, it's, this portion of this is operating at 12.5, because we have a step down back down here by the substation. So there's also another piece of line here that runs into Brandon, where we serve this load right here in Brandon, where we come very close to a circuit that Sioux Valley has right, I don't know if you know where the Casey's is in Brandon.
Yep.
Right there on that corner is where we've got facilities up to. So that will relocate a step down over here to keep all this infrastructure to 12.5, because there's some pieces of underground up here that's been put in with 15 kV cable, and I don't think we need to right now go tearing people's yards up and things like that from a total conversion to 34.5. So there'll be a step down feeding 12.5 over towards Brandon. And then once the feeder bifurcates up here, we're gonna move the step down up here, so we'll still feed the town of Garrettson, for example, at 12.5. Now, eventually down the road, from a planning the system perspective, we're gonna get this 34.5 all the way to Garrettson. And then at the end of the day, it'll get to Garrettson and it'll turn around and go back towards Baltic, and then you'll have a tie to the new South Renner substation, which I'm sure you've heard a lot about over the past few years. So this construction will help us kind of drive some of that infrastructure changes going forward. But specifically, this is to get to Knife River.
Thank you. I appreciate your taking time to
bet.
step through that with me.
You bet.
Council understands the next exhibit. Hopefully that will be okay, so that we've got on the record what this is all
100%.
possibility anyway.
After you get that map, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to call. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Well,
you
I
have.
can't make a phone call, but understand. I think that's all the questions that I've got.
All right, Commissioner Fegan?
So when you had your cursor first, you were in the middle of the section instead of the road. So you were in the middle of that section, you showed up to the red line.
Over here?
You were right here.
Okay.
But that, you corrected it, and now you're on a road, correct? So there's no
Yeah.
easements that you need, you'll use all current easements,
We'll use the right-of-way.
the right-of-way, yeah.
There
I'm
is-
sorry,
there-
right-of-way.
Yeah, there is right-of-way that comes all the way down here. Obviously, we'll need to get permits to cross the interstate, obviously.
Yes, right.
But that just is what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hanson? No questions. We'll go to recross Knife River,
No questions.
Sioux Valley,
No questions?
East River,
No questions.
Basin,
No questions.
staff,
No questions.
And redirect Excel.
No questions.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Do the parties have anything further before we close the evidentiary portion of this hearing, subject to that supplemental exhibit that hopefully the parties can?
Excuse me, a moment, subject to that what exhibit?
Supplemental exhibit that Commissioner Nelson requested that the parties are going to have to work out, I suppose. Do the parties wish to give closing, or typically we reserve that for briefs, but we hadn't discussed it ahead of time?
I would not intend to offer a closing.
Nor we.
I'd like to make a closing statement, if I may.
All right, you may.
I'm on? Okay, thank you. Commission, I'd submit this. When reading the text of a statute, there's no surplusage in the text. That means every word has a meaning. And in the absence of a definition submitted by the legislature or guidance by decisional law, the rule is that you apply the plain and ordinary meaning to each word in the text of the statute that you're seeking to apply. And in that application, you hope to avoid any absurd results. In this case, it's undisputed that Knife River is a current customer of Sioux Valley Energy. And if Knife River proceeds with its proposed location, Knife River is going to be the owner and operator of the quartzite mining operation, as well as the processing site. As the location, it's important to view the totality of the circumstances when you're viewing what is going on within this footprint. The sand plant doesn't exist without the sand quarry. And the quartzite processing portion doesn't exist without the quartzite quarry. If you look at those exhibits and you back up the lens rather than narrow in, you're going to see that that's all part of one operation. And the best evidence of that is what Knife River indicated to Minnehaha County and indicated to the state of South Dakota when it was seeking permits, is they viewed it as an expansion of an existing operation. And I'd invite this commission to do the same. If you look at the legal descriptions between the sand washing plant and the quartzite washing plant, the only thing that really divides that, and this isn't subdivided, this isn't platted, the only thing that divides that is a service road. It's a private road. No one else can go down it. It's owned by Knife River. Lastly, when it comes to we've talked a little bit about the contract and whether you need to have one in place or whether you can have one in the future. And again, if the legislature wanted to say you could do so, the legislature would have put that text in the statute. And for those reasons, I submit respectfully that you don't get past the threshold findings, that they're a new customer at a new location and they have a contracted minimum demand amount of 2,000 kilowatts or more. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to offer closing comments?
East River joins Sioux Valley's argument and closing argument.
Thank you.
Basin also joins Sioux Valley's closing argument. Thank you.
Staff?
No closing, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the parties to my right?
I would ask, because of the delays in construction and ordering equipment, that if we're going to do post-hearing briefs, we do it on an accelerated basis.
And typically, and we can go off the record to discuss a briefing schedule because it's not a part of the evidentiary hearing. Typically, oh, I'm sorry. Typically, we are on a timeline. Most of the ones I've been involved in have had statutory timelines, and we end up discussing briefing immediately with, on the record, subject to when the court reporter can get the transcript done. So because we're not on a statutory timeline, I guess I'll defer to the parties. Did you want to submit a proposed briefing schedule, or is that something you're prepared to inform the commission of today?
We defer to the other parties. Certainly Excel doesn't believe we need briefing. I think the record is pretty full for itself, and the commission, along with its advisors, can make its decisions. But if the other parties want to brief, then we're welcome. We're happy to discuss scheduling, recognizing everybody's need to turn dirt.
The transcript, I'm gonna estimate, will be done by next Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday of next week at the latest.
Perfect, thank you. So Ms. Whitler informs that the transcript will be done probably by next Thursday of next week.
I would be fine at that point, once the transcript's available, reaching out to the other parties and discussing the matter further.
Unless you need, I don't know what kind of an expedited timeframe you're on, so if that's not sufficient, let me know.
So are we comfortable deferring to the parties to submit a letter and let us know within the next week, maybe what your plans are, or when the transcript comes out, what your plans are?
It's fine with me.
Sound good to the commission?
Yeah, that certainly works for me, but understanding, construction needs, let's get her done sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the evidentiary portion. I will turn it back over to Chairman Nelson. Close her out. What? No.
No.
We're good for the day, I think, right?
Yeah, anything else for the good of the order? If not, I want to thank everybody for helping illuminate us. We've learned a lot today, and look forward to the post-hearing briefs and bring this to a final conclusion. Any other comments?
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. All those in favor will vote aye. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Fegan.
Fegan votes aye.
Nelson votes aye. We are adjourned.
SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder.